Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it's July 8, 2025 at 6 p.m. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh. Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock. Councilwoman Strader. Here. Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There was no one signed up for the community invocation, so we will move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
make one slight adjustment to the agenda. We're going to move item 15 off of consent. We'll make that our first item after the public forum. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I move we adopt the agenda as amended.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to as amended. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
recognizing the notation that we're moving item 15 as to an action item, move we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. Madam Clerk, anyone signed? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Items removed from the consent agenda. Is that what you want to write here?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think.
You said it after public forum, but do you,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with us going and handling it now and then going on to public forum. That's how we do it typically. I think I more erred in my explanation, so I'm good with us moving it now. though.
okay, Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I appreciate Warren being here. I know he had a long travel weekend, so appreciate you definitely being here with us tonight. I asked for this item to be pulled off because this was something council had discussed a number of weeks ago. Warren, maybe if you wouldn't mind just giving council a quick synopsis of what we covered when this request was before us and why this is before us this evening on the consent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. So a number of weeks ago, the applicant contacted the city of Meridian. They had a failing septic system and wanted to know if they could quickly do an emergency connection to the city. We have a section of the ordinance that covers that. It's an existing house. And we said, yes, that's an option, but you have to sign an agreement. And there were certain terms of that agreement: annexation, connection to city water and sewer. And the existing well came up as a part of discussion. We told them that they would have to disconnect from the well as far as the domestic is concerned and use the city water. And they agreed to that and also agreed at that time to abandon the well. And they believed they have made connection to the city water and to the city sewer, and I don't know where the annexation piece of that stands, but I assume that's moving forward as well. And at some point they had rethought that process and decided that they, for whatever reason, wanted to keep the well. And so they approached us and said, hey, can we keep the existing well? We'll still connect domestic water and up to the city of Meridian, but we want to keep it for irrigation purposes. And it's our preference as a public works department to, of course, to abandon as many of these wells when they come into the city as we can, because they do present a potential vector for contamination of the groundwater if they're not properly abandoned. And we don't have another bite at the apple to make sure that it is properly abandoned. But we weren't sure what the city council's feelings would be on this issue. And so we said, well, you can certainly present that or have that option. And so that's where we are at this point. What the reason is, whether they want to irrigate with it to save money on their water bill, or whether they found out that the cost of the abandonment is fairly significant. I don't know. But they want to reconsider that option or that condition in the agreement. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Warren, apologies if I'm putting you on the spot if you don't know the answer. How many other wells do we have that are open and available on either annexed land or property that we're providing services to? Is this in the realm of what's been normal for the city? Is this an outlier? Your comment about trying to decommission wells as people connect to services really resonated with me, and that was certainly a basis as to why I was supportive of this request at the time. But I just don't know if I'm hyper fixated on something that's fairly common throughout the city.
Well, certainly it's not common. If you look at the percentage versus the number of households that are in the city of Meridian, it's not commonplace, but it certainly wouldn't be the only one. There are other residences where they've come in under these types of situations. There's even a few that have connected and then later on drilled wells for irrigation purposes. But that's not very common. I have no idea what that percentage is, but I'm sure it's less than 10, probably less than 5%.
All right. Thanks, Warren. Those are my questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
have we ever given this specific exception before?
Yes. Yes, I think there's been others who have come in, wanted to connect to city water, city sewer, get annexed, and have kept an existing well for irrigation purposes. So the answer to that question is yes. They did that from the beginning, so there was never an agreement that was drafted. The original agreement had that condition in it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Warren, is this an acreage or something larger than just a yard?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Little Roberts, I think this is just a residential home lot on Overland Road. There's not I mean, how big the lot is, I couldn't tell you, but it's not an acreage.
Thank you. Follow up,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
just my thoughts. I guess I'm not leaning toward it because I was under the impression that that was part of the agreement, that the well went away and they got to be hooked up to city water. So I know that we're trying to but not have wells continue for potential contamination and things like that. So I must admit, I'm not real supportive of it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, maybe to provide some context, because our office is the one that prepares these agreements periodically. I wouldn't say exclusively, but predominantly the ones that we've seen that we've had this request to insert to allow them to continue are ones that don't generally have pressurized irrigation available to them. They're not in or adjacent to an existing subdivision, so they don't really have access to it. And this is sort of the alternative than using potable water of the city to then for irrigation, which we also don't prefer either. So it's certainly it's not very unusual. I would agree with Warren that the percentage is fairly small, but it certainly isn't unique or a one-off for this particular one. And I was just looking on a map of the street. It is a single home right now. It's a fairly good sized lot, but it's right adjacent to Meridian Greens across from the Cat dealership on Overland, but it's not part of the Meridian Green sub.
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Warren, I know we talked about this either last night or this morning. I assume the property owner, I don't know if you've heard from the property owner, if they're here at all today by chance.
I do not know.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Little Roberts that, at least for me, my basis in being supportive of this request was because it was going to coincide with the termination of the well. So I too am not in support of this request. I appreciate staff bringing it forth. Again, I don't know where the rest of council feels, if it's appropriate to make a motion. I just want to be cognizant of any other feedback from anybody else that's here tonight.
No one else seems to be wishing to comment that I can see.
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor,
Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we deny leaving the well. Is that an appropriate Motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion, Councilman Cavanagh.
Mayor, I think what Councilmember Little Roberts was saying, that she would move to deny the amendment to the agreement for the provision of water services outside the Meridian city limits located at 485 Overland Road. I think that's what she was saying. And that's how I took it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a motion, a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
The most important thing to me is consistency. I actually agree that this is the way we should treat these situations going forward. I think it's in the city's best interest not to have, to have folks abandoning their wells, and that was what we agreed on. And I just feel like, you know, continuing to make these types of exceptions is actually detrimental to us in the long run. So I agree with Councilwoman Little Roberts in terms of her motion.
Is there further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. And the motion to deny is agreed to. So okay. I assume staff will take that to the property owner and figure out what's next on any components. So, okay, well, we'll move on to public forum. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has signed up.
Okay, then we will move on to our action items for the evening. First item up is item 17, public hearing for H 2025-0015. Thought I saw you around. And in case I just didn't say, I will open this public hearing for staff comments whenever Sonia is ready.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The first application before you tonight is a request for a development agreement modification. This site consists of 0.55 acres of land. It's zoned LO, limited office, and it's located at 4383 North Locust Grove Road. This property was annexed in 2016 with the requirement of a development agreement, which includes a portion of the abutting property to the south that was originally part of the subject property. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed use neighborhood, 0.4 acres of the site, and medium density residential on the northern 0.14 acre of the site. The applicant requests an amendment to the existing development agreement for a new agreement that will only apply to the subject property. The amendment includes an updated conceptual development plan and change in use of the property. The existing concept plan shown there on the left anticipated the existing home on the northern portion of the property either being remodeled for an office use and remaining or being removed and a new office building constructed in its place. The southern portion of the property was anticipated to develop with a new office building, or the existing office on the adjacent parcel to the south would be expanded onto the subject property. Since that time, the residential home has been removed from the site and not replaced with the new building. The proposed development plan is for a 9,930 square foot church with an occupancy of 160 people. Access is proposed via North Bright Angel Avenue on the west side of the site. No access is proposed or allowed from Locust Grove Road. Additional right-of-way is required to be dedicated as required by ACHD for the ultimate expansion of Locust Grove Road to 5 lanes and Bright Angel Avenue to 3 lanes abutting the site. Based on the square footage of the church, a minimum of 20 off-street parking spaces are required to be provided. A total of 11 spaces are proposed on site and an alternative off-street parking plan for a shared use parking agreement is proposed with a nearby daycare facility, Brighter Beginnings Learning Center, located at 1463 East Star Road, to use up to 15 of their parking spaces during their off hours on Saturdays between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., Sundays and holy holidays when the daycare owner's parking needs are expected to be less. Additional spaces do require approval. The provision of alternative off-street parking requires submittal of an alternative compliance application to the parking standards listed in UDC 11C 3C 6 and approval of such by the director, which hasn't yet been submitted. With the proposed shared parking, a total of 26 off-street parking spaces will be available for the proposed use during certain days and times as specified in the agreement. If additional parking is needed, it will have to be accommodated on-street in the residential neighborhood if the proposed application is approved. The normal business hours of operation for the daycare are currently Monday through Friday from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., but could expand to Saturdays in the future. There are conflicts that exist between the standard hours of operation of the daycare and/or the use agreement and the proposed church on Saturday evenings from 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., and during certain day and times on holy holidays and feasts. For example, the Friday before Passion Week from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Saturdays during Passion Week from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., and from 12 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., and 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. The day and times of the Nativity Feast and the Feast of the Baptism may also conflict depending on what day of the week they fall on. If the daycare changes their hours to include Saturdays in the future, it would also present a significant conflict. It should also be noted that the hours of operation in the LO district are limited to the hours between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Therefore, the hours between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. on Saturday during Passion Week would not be allowed. Staff recommends the applicant submit an updated shared use parking agreement and/or hours of operation for the church that don't conflict with the standard operating hours for both uses, including the holy holidays, i.e. the feasts, for inclusion in the new development agreement with the application for alternative compliance to the required parking standards. The Parkins North lateral runs along the east boundary of the site along North Locust Grove Road. Most of the ditch is piped with a short 20-foot approximate section that is open at the north end, which is required to be piped with development. A minimum 25-foot wide landscape street buffer is required to be provided along Locust Grove Road, measured from the ultimate back of curb location. The applicant is requesting approval of a reduced street buffer width of 12 feet 6 inches, which requires submittal of an alternative compliance application and demonstration that a unique hardship caused by the required street buffer exists. The request needs to also include a proposal of a specific alternative landscape plan that meets or exceeds the intent of the required buffer. In no case shall the width be reduced to less than 10% of the depth of the lot after right-of-way dedication. A minimum 20-foot wide landscape buffer to residential uses is required to be provided along the northern property boundary. The applicant requests council approval of a reduced buffer width of 5 feet along this boundary with no reductions to the building setback. Council should determine if this request is appropriate. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown there on the bottom for a 2-story church with a main level approximately 4 feet above ground level and a lower level daylight basement. The elevations will include windows at the lower level that aren't currently shown. There has been no written testimony on this application. Staff recommends that if council deems the proposed use and development plan appropriate for this site, staff recommends a development agreement with the provisions noted in the staff report and requirement for the applicant to submit and obtain director approval of alternative compliance applications for an alternative off-street parking plan in order to comply with the minimum off-street parking standards listed in the UDC, and a reduced street buffer width along North Locust Grove Road prior to City Council approval of the signed development agreement. This will ensure the development agreement isn't amended for a development plan that isn't feasible or that isn't approved. If one or both of these applications is denied by the director, revisions to the site plan shall be made to comply with the minimum standards for such in the UDC. Additionally, staff recommends the applicant submit an updated shared use parking agreement and/or hours of operation for the church that don't conflict with the standard operating hours for both uses, including holy holidays, i.e. feasts, for inclusion in the new development agreement. Lastly, staff requests council amend development agreement provision 11 to reflect that business hours of operation shall not extend beyond the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. as set forth in the UDC for the LO zoning district. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Sonia, do you have a map or anything that kind of shows the neighborhood? We just like to kind of see what's around it, that parking, like a close up.
I do not have a close-up. I could bring up the map while the applicant is presenting if you'd like.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sonia, can you just help me? I'm trying to kind of make sure I'm tracking things in terms of what are actions for the council tonight versus recommendations that are coming from staff to the applicant. I've been following along. The only actions from the council would be to amend the DA for the hours and the setbacks. Are there other things that I'm missing? When I hear your presentation, I go through the staff report, there's things that staff are recommending from the applicant for staff, but not necessarily pertain to the DA modification request before us.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council, the applicant is requesting a DA amendment, and they're not requesting a deviation to the building setbacks, but under the council's purview tonight is the request for a reduced buffer to residential uses along the north boundary. The reduction to the buffer, street buffer along the east boundary is a director-approved application through alternative compliance. There are 2 alternative compliance applications that were not submitted with this application. Staff asked the applicant to go ahead and submit those and continue this project to a later date to get those necessary approvals before it came to you, but they are in a contract that is contingent upon this going before council tonight. So that is the reason for all of these stipulations associated with this application.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
Sonia, can you give me a sense for what it would take for the director to approve alternative compliance for the off-street parking plan? I'm just trying to get a sense, and I think Councilwoman Roberts' request to look at a map might give us a sense, because if off-street parking is required to make the parking plan work, and I'm just trying to piece it all together, but do you have any sense, or could you share any insight about what the director might be looking for to grant that alternative compliance for the parking?
Yes, the stipulations are noted in the staff report and in the UDC, if you have that before you.
Can you tell me what page on the staff report?
I believe it's on page 6. New format doesn't have page numbers on the bottom of the pages. In the middle of the page, it talks about per UDC 11, 3C7A, conditions favorable to providing alternatives to off-street parking are as follows. I can go through those. There are convenient pedestrian connections between separate properties. The properties and or uses are within 1,000 feet of each other. The principal operating hours of the uses are not in substantial conflict with each other. And a directional signage is provided, provides notice of the availability of parking.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strayer.
A question. I I saw before you were recommending to the applicant that they try to obtain a letter from the neighbors to the north. Has that been added?
Not that I'm aware of, Councilwoman Strader, but they can certainly answer that question tonight.
Yeah, if they could address that, I think that would be important. And then, I think Councilman Taylor asked a good question. I think it would make sense for the applicant, to try to address what pedestrian connections they have, the distance for the shared parking, and why they think they're not in substantial conflict. Because it would not make sense, I think, for us to move forward on this only to have a director approval not be obtained, right? So, I guess that would be my recommendation for the applicant, that they go ahead and address those components.
When the applicant comes up, you're allowed to speak at
You'll
that.
get a chance, yep.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that, I'm not sure if you saw in the staff report, Councilwoman Strader and others, but there are some safety measures in the staff report that if council acts on the application tonight and approves the request, it is contingent upon director approval of those applications. And if the director does not approve them, then the development agreement won't be signed. And then I did bring up this map here. This is if you can see my pointer, this is the subject property that we're looking at. And then the daycare facility is right here where they're sharing parking. And it is within that 1,000 feet.
Council, any additional questions for staff at this time? All right, would the applicant like to come forward? Good evening. If you can say your name and address for the record, you'll be recognized for 15 minutes.
My name is Kirellos Yusuf.
Just pick one or the other.
My name is Kirellos Yusuf. I'm civil engineer, the engineer of record for this project. And I live at 21619 36 Drive Southeast, Bothell, Washington. I do have professional engineering license in Washington, Idaho, and Oregon.
Any presentation you'd like to make about the project?
So just a quick background about the project, that since 2008, the Coptic community at Boise, Idaho has been looking for a permanent home for a Coptic Orthodox church. The community includes youth, children, families that need continuous spiritual services that require a permanent home. The closest Coptic community is at Seattle, Washington, which is not feasible for the community here to drive there on a regular basis, given the weather condition, the inconvenience to elders and children. The proposed project is to construct a church building for Virgin Mary and Saint Mark Coptic Orthodox Church. The parcel number is R16086502775. The church will serve the Coptic Orthodox congregation in Boise area. The property area is 0.515 acres under the City of Meridian jurisdiction. Subdivision Crestwood sub number 0.010275B, zoning LO commercial. The proposed building, gross building area is 9,930 square foot on 2 floors, with occupancy 160. And that's like a quick presentation about the project. We met with the city back in January, and we have been working with the city to accommodate all the DA requirements. At the same time, we have been working with the owner to work with them on a contingent contract for feasibility for this, and we have been pushing with them until we get to this point that we have an agreement or a DA agreement permit, DA permit. Regarding the parking issue we are having, since we got from the city that parking is an issue, we started looking around for even better and more permanent solutions than the daycare. And today, we signed an agreement with the property right on the north side. It's 1.86 acres. It can take tens of cars. I can say easily 50 cars. That should be more than what we need for the time being. Of course, we are going to submit another DA for this property. It's going to be as well with the city of Meridian. But this is going to help us with addressing the parking concern that the city has. And also, it will also address the buffer, the north buffer zone, what we have been discussing. Because in the future, we are going to apply for a boundary adjustment to have the entire lot as like one lot.
Council, any questions based on that new information?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Carlos?
Carlos.
Carlos, thank you for being here this evening. I appreciate it. I attend a church that's been trying to find a permanent home since 2008 as well, so I commend you and your congregation's efforts. My question is, we've got a development agreement modification request before us this evening, but it sounds like that you would intend to bring another development agreement modification at a later point in time. I understand though you are on some certain time constraints, so I'm typically very reluctant to grant a development agreement modification, knowing that another one will be coming that will modify the decision before us tonight. But it sounds like that if you aren't granted this development agreement modification this evening, that maybe your ability to develop this property would dissolve. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, actually, the parking concern is mutual. We also want to provide our congregation a safe and easy parking. That
Sure.
is going to encourage them to come to
Yep.
church, which is like the ultimate goal here.
Okay.
So ever since we have been targeting this property, have been talking to the owner. He didn't have even the intent to sell it in the beginning. After a lot of trials, we managed, and just today, we got this agreement signed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
do you have a copy of that agreement or a letter from the owner that can be shared with the council this evening? Excellent. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, just,
Councilman Whitlock.
just to clarify, it's the property directly north of
Sir.
this parcel.
I thought Sonia was presenting it on Google Map right now. You can tell it's like,
Which appears to be a single-family home, is that?
I'm sorry.
It appears to be a single-family home just north of,
It has, yes, it has a single family home on it. And also it has like a workshop building in the middle, but the entire east area is vacant and it can take as many cars as we can put there.
and that's all one parcel from,
Yes, it's just one, yes, it's one parcel, yes. I was just there right now, by the way. I wish I can present the video I have on my phone, but
So maybe a quick question. You've heard staff's requests. Are you opposed to any of those issues on this right now, knowing you're going to come back and modify it again? Are you acceptable to the restrictions that they're asked to be in place? And then,
yeah, especially after we got this property. I'm gonna be submitting request for myself to approve the buffer, which is gonna be, I mean, that's not gonna be even the issue anymore because we're gonna, like I said, it's gonna be like a boundary adjustment for the entire lot. There's not gonna be any boundaries anymore. And we are okay with the rest of the requirements for both the streets, of course, to give them the dedication required, and we're not against this. But in the building permit procedure that is forthcoming, we are going to actually submit for a waiver, and this is just to reduce the setback, the building setback. And in the preliminary, in the pre-app meeting, we have been informed by the city that we can submit for a waiver to reduce that not, setback. Reduce that setback only.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe just a question for Bill. It's a little unusual to have have a new agreement brought to us right in the middle of a hearing like this. What would you recommend in terms of either approving this with conditions that allow us to diligence that agreement or something? I'm just wondering if legal has a suggestion or if they feel like we could approve it on the basis of what they're representing and then check.
Mr. Members, the council member Strader, I mean, again, this is helpful, but it has to, I guess in the council's mind, you still have to be able to, at least at this point, substantiate and support the agreement that is before you, which is simply the DA. The fact that the parking may be satisfied later, it's great. As Sonia related, there's some staff level approvals that still have to be done that will really probably drive whether or not this DA ultimately can be done. Now, again, the other ones later might be, I get their timing, and that's the problem. Really, the best way to do this would be to do it all at once, but we obviously can't do that. But I think you'd have to do it based on the information you have. The fact that it could be solved later is nice, but it doesn't really help us today.
Something to add. So per the zone requirements, we are required to provide one parking stall for every 500 square foot. And with that being said, we are required to provide only 21 parking stall. We are providing 11 on site in the site plan submitted, plus 15 on the daycare. And that's gonna take us to 26. This is without considering anything about the north property. So we are exceeding the zone code requirements. However, I understand the city concern that the parking, even though we are meeting the zone requirement, it's gonna be a concern. And that's the reason for us proceeding and targeting the north property.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
it's a real quick question on that point you made. With the daycare, you have an agreement with them to share their parking that doesn't conflict with their hours or some of your anticipated use. Is that correct? I just want to clarify that.
Yes, so the Saturday hours we have, it's from 9 to yeah, probably I didn't put the dates and grades. So the Saturday event we have, it ends at 11 or maximum by noon. However, the daycare is, they think that they might need like a future use for the parking. They might use it on Saturday from noon to 6 p.m. So this is not conflicting with our schedule. Regarding the Passion Week and the Good Friday, which is a one-time deal, these events are by nature in the middle of the week, in the middle of a working days, and the attendance usually is very limited. Maybe the 11, just the 11 on site is gonna be plenty for them.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
am I correct in understanding the reason for the reduced buffer width is to make that space for your parking? Is that the reason for the request for the reduced buffer width? Or can you give me and council some understanding why that is being requested?
So we have two buffers we are talking about, the north buffer, and like I mentioned earlier, that this is not gonna be no longer any issues because we're gonna have this property already. The east buffer, and this is gonna be, I mean, for the time being, it's not conflicting with what was the amount of parking stall we are proposing on. Even if the city did not approve it, it's not gonna impact us. But we see that it's like too much area subtracted from our property. And also, the city gave us the opportunity in the pre-app meeting that we are eligible for applying for a waiver to reduce that setback.
I guess, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I guess what I'm asking is if that reduced buffer is irrelevant to you guys with how you're moving forward on the north side, If the council were to deny that request, that wouldn't necessarily then impact your ability to continue to move forward because you would essentially come to make that change at a later point in time anyways. Okay.
That's right. Should.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman Overton has his hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Overton, didn't mean to now look at you.
Mr. Mayor, I feel like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I really hate to approve this first part of an agreement and give someone an idea or belief that that means we're going to agree to everything else down the road. A quick question for staff. The lot to the north, we just got this agreement handed to us tonight, which means I'm guessing that nobody that lives in that area knows about this agreement or the fact that you would be turning that resident into a parking lot. I get a little nervous about parking agreements because businesses change, and it would leave this place without any additional parking if something happens and that lot was redeveloped. Is that a county lot, a city lot? Are there any zoning concerns for making that an additional parking for up to 50 vehicles?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Overton, council, that parcel is in the county. It's almost 2 acres of land. It would have to be annexed into the city. Bright Angel is going to be required to be extended through that property where the current stub streets align. I did discuss that with the applicant a little earlier when I spoke with him. You know, that's going to, best case scenario, it's going to take approximately, give or take, 4 months to get through our process. By the time they have neighborhood meetings, pre-application meeting with our staff, goes through commission and council to you. If you act on this application tonight, it should be on its own merits. You feel parking's appropriate for the use as is, then act on it. If you don't, and another idea might be to table this, vacate it from the agenda and table it to a later date when that application can catch up. And then do one development agreement, amend the existing one and add that property to it. I mean, there's different ways to approach this. That property to the north is designated medium density residential, which they could request an R8 zoning district, and a church is an allowed use in that district. But there are a lot of variables with this.
Sonia, do you know off the top of your head, or Bill, the director determination, how long they have to make that determination? Can he hold it for 6 months, a year? I mean, that's really our linchpin to whatever we do tonight, one way or the other, unless he's got to make a decision within a week. Is there
I missed the first part of your question, Mr. Mayor. I apologize.
Mr. Mayor, are you asking if that approval from the director expires?
does he have a time frame in which he has to make a determination in our code?
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
So you're saying, the question I believe, Sonia, is if the director, is there a time period when the director determination has to be made, the ones that are attached to this report? You said there's a couple.
Not currently an application to the director yet.
Okay.
Okay, so if that occurs, which my understanding is that has to occur for this to move forward.
I don't believe there's anything in our code like there is for council action or recommendation on an application, no.
So
that I'm aware
the
of.
director would have the ability to hold this item until something caught up, potentially, if council acted tonight.
Another idea would be to withdraw this application and submit all together.
And I think we're trying to understand that it may go away altogether if it gets withdrawn from the person selling the property.
Yes.
I'm not good. Go ahead.
So, as I mentioned earlier, we have been working with the owner for a really long time, since January, and we have been pushing as far as visibility for signing. And the latest we got, it was, I think, 24 or 26 of this month. Like, we gave like 2 weeks after the hearing date. This is like the expected time we should be hearing from the hearing committee. So if we, I mean, we're not, the owner is not gonna let us do any further extensions. That's the problem. Or else I would have rescheduled this hearing from the first place until I either have another parking or I get a confirmation on the north property that we're gonna have it. So that's the situation we are in right now. If we can make it as a conditional that we are going to provide these 15 parking stall like as an alternative, in this case, we can provide later that agreement executed or even any other parking around that meets the the mutual parking requirements for the city, that would be really appreciated. So this way we have something that or you guarantee that we're going to provide these 15 parking stall one way or another. However, as a reminder, I know I said this before, with requirements, we're not obligated to provide all that. We're just required to provide 21.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
So we've got, Sonia, we have some safety measures in that the modification, we're not going to sign the development agreement unless the director approves the parking plan. Parking plan would be the 11 on site plus the 15 at the daycare. So it seems to me like this is kind of awkward, and I want to work with you guys, and I want the church to be successful. I'm probably willing to trust the director if they find that the parking is satisfactory, but I can't say for certainty if they will. It looks like based on what I'm reading in the staff report, I mean, I'm going to defer their judgment on that. But the modification to the development agreement is not going to go through unless you get that under the current one. We cannot consider these future possibilities of what you brought up tonight in our decision here before us now. That sounds great. And I understand, I see the purchase and sale agreement. I understand kind of the time frame you're working under, and I would like to work with you. And I'm willing to defer to the staff approval of that. But my question, maybe this is even for Sonia a little bit, is, and maybe for you, sir, as well. If the director does not grant the conditional compliance, what does that do for you in purchasing the property? Does it fall apart? And the mayor was bringing up the question, when is he going to actually weigh in on that? It might be well beyond the time frame that you have outlined in your purchase and sale agreement. So I'm willing to defer to staff in granting that to you, but if it all kind of falls apart in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, then what? And so, Sonia, that's kind of a partial question to you, and sir, also a question for you to consider of what does that do to the purchase of the property if you don't get this alternative compliance granted to you by the director in some future time?
So regarding the north property, we like it as a congregation. I think we're going to proceed with it no matter what, but I don't see any problem even without even if we failed to sign this today, which is not the case, the north property, we are still meeting the parking requirements with the daycare, and it's meeting the requirements for as a mutually used parking stall.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
to
Taylor.
clarify, you do meet it in terms of when you're adding up the numbers, but you haven't been granted that alternative compliance yet. So it's not a firm thing yet. You have 11 on site. You're counting on the director to agree to this parking plan that would include the additional 15, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
No. There is an agreement that we signed already with.
Understood. You signed that agreement, but it still requires the director to approve that plan. Am I correct, Sonia, or am I
Mr. Mayor,
misunderstanding?
if I may add to that
Please.
conversation, that is correct. But additionally, that agreement and/or the hours of operation of the church need to be amended so that there are no conflicts between the two, because the minimum parking standards aren't being met on the site. So that's going to be contingent upon the daycare owner also agreeing to that, and/or they changing their hours to conform to the daycare's non-operating hours.
Mr.
I
Mayor.
think they can probably get there. There's a lot of moving parts.
No, actually, I disagree. I respectfully disagree. We are not having any conflicts with the daycare agreement with our hours, or our operational hours. Because like I mentioned earlier, it's only 1 week in the year, which is the Passion Week, and it's in the middle of the working days. The attendance is very limited. And even our park, our on-site parking, and even if we used 1 or 2 from the street cars, from the street parkings, that should be enough for us. But for the Sundays, which is the main issue, which is the main attendance, it's entirely, we don't have any daycare disagreements or conflicts with it. So I respectfully disagree with the statement that we have a conflict between our hours of operations and the daycare.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
But if you're successful, right, and then during Passion Week, let's say that 5 years from now, because we're making decisions that are not just for the short term, we're making decisions for decades into the future. So maybe 5 years from now, your community has grown, it's doing really well, Passion Week is really popular, people start attending, like large amounts of people. That's the reason that we're requiring a conflict-free parking agreement between your hours of operation and the daycare. It's not because of the conditions in place necessarily right now, it's into the future. Mr. Mayor, I liked where you were going with it, which is the idea that, you know, perhaps we could maybe try to be flexible, although I do see some issues here, but if maybe we could try to be flexible, then the director might have the ability in their discretion to hold off on approving the parking plan until these folks can get their agreement with the property owner to the north ironed out. Then they could kind of come back with a complete package and we could work that all out. But I think we would want some kind of, I don't know, maybe, and I actually was going to ask Bill, would it be acceptable to do an approval contingent upon an acceptable agreement on parking to the north? And then saying that that's in the, the director's sole discretion, but making that a condition of this DA?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Schroeder, no, not really, because again, other than just them providing this tonight, I really don't know that we have a whole lot of analysis or thought into that piece. So I really don't think it really should be part of your decision. I think, as Sonia stated, it really needs to be based on the information you have. And I would agree that right now, what you have is an application for this use that is allowed within an office use. They do not have sufficient parking on site. They have an alternative parking compliance application that has not been approved yet, but planning is willing to allow it to go forward, understanding, and the church understanding, that if the alternative compliance is not approved at the director level, it also is subject to appeal to the council if it is denied. But the underlying development agreement that's before you tonight, even if approved, would not be ultimately approved if those alternative compliances are not met. And I think that's kind of where you're at. I would really want to leave the other one off just because it really is kind of a last minute thing and hasn't been really part of this conversation to this point.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I also have another concern that I did not directly discuss with the applicant. It was in the staff report, but as I mentioned in my report, the street buffer that they're asking to reduce the width of along Locust Grove Road, code does not allow it to be reduced less than 10% of the depth of the lot, I believe. Right now, that'd be about 20 feet, and they're asking for 12 feet, 6 inches. And I don't know what that does to the site and how it will affect it, and if parking will be removed from that. So they're also, and that would be after right-of-way dedication, that calculation would be based on. So, but again, that's something that if you do approve that tonight, and that was part of my recommendation, if that doesn't work out, then the DA won't be amended. That is one of the outstanding issues as well. And the applicant noted that they're requesting a reduced setback along the north boundary. It isn't a setback, it's a landscape buffer. The building will be set back in accord with the zoning dimensional standards. Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Go
So
ahead.
we have already 25 setback between the building and the property line. We have 12 feet and half and 12 feet and 6 inches buffer zone as a landscape buffer, okay? This, I mean, you're saying that we need 25 feet of landscape? Is that what you're saying? Maybe I misunderstood you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond, the setback's not in question. The building setback is fine. It's the buffer width along the street. You're showing 12 foot 6 inches. The buffer can't be reduced, less than 10% of the lot depth. So that's my concern.
And the buffer
You
should
got to
be,
figure that out after right-of-way is dedicated.
okay.
So that could cut into your driveway width, your building, and your parking.
We can work that out.
Yeah,
We
I'm
can
not sure
take
what
from-
impacts it'll
It's gonna be
have.
few feet that we can take from the building.
But
I
you
don't
still
think
have
we'll
some
see-
extra parking spaces with that shared parking agreement above the minimum standards. So anyway, thank you.
We would be like working with the building to meet that few feet just to make it worse. We're not having any problem with it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strayer.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that you're not concerned about the street buffer requirement. And you understand that alternative compliance still must be approved, even after a decision tonight. Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just to clarify, staff is recommending that your hours of operation don't extend beyond 6 AM to 10 PM, and you are accepting that? That's okay with you?
I'm sorry, but can you mention the hours again?
Make sure I'm getting it right. I'm just reading in some of the staff report here. Business hours of operation shall not extend beyond the hours of 6 AM to 10 PM. Sonia, can you clarify if I'm getting that correct? Because you're okay with that? Yeah, I just want to clarify.
There was a special hours from 12 AM to 6:30 PM or AM, excuse me, for like a special
That's,
thing. And I just wanted to clarify that that would not be allowed per the district standards in the UDC. I did not originally have that in the report.
like one day a year,
Yes, but I just,
one day
yeah.
for the entire year.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant this time? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up for public testimony.
Okay. Is there anybody present that would like to come forward and provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? You can raise your hand. Go ahead, come on up. Good evening. If you say your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Tom Rollins, and I am the Parkins North ditch rider. And I live at 862 East Territory here in Meridian. The only thing I would like to make sure that is understood is, as Sonia said, we do have a major part of our lateral going north-south on the east side of this particular property. It is exposed during part of the lateral. It's about 20 feet right now, which Sonia said would need to be enclosed, obviously. But I also want to make sure that it's understood there's only certain times of the year that construction can be done on a lateral. It is a primary irrigation line for about 70 acres of housing that is beyond where this lot is. So I'd just like to make sure that's considered as a criteria. I mean, it wouldn't stop anything. It just needs to be recognized that any kind of construction would have to be done during non-irrigation periods of time. So that's the only thing I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Yep, you're good. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony? You'll have an opportunity to close, sir. So anybody else like to provide testimony on this item, if you're online, you just raise your hand or in person. All right, would the applicant like to come forward to close out?
Thank you, sir. So yes, of course, we can definitely consider this during construction phase. And also, we had the opportunity to meet with the neighbors. And we had actually a lot of positive feedback from them about the presence of the church in this area. And I just had got some couple questions from one of the neighbors about the construction process and how it goes. And I went in details with him about like how the construction will be happening and all the risks that will be involved. And as far as what I heard back from him, that he is giving us really good and positive feedback.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor,
move that we close the public hearing on this, on item number 17.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing on item 17. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just to kind of kick off a little bit of the conversation here, I probably don't have much more beyond what I've already shared. I think it's important, though, that I think churches of any decree or sect are important parts of our community that make it vibrant. I think it's a good thing. And so I want to bend over backwards to be as helpful and accommodating in making this happen. I'm comfortable if the applicant agrees with what the staff is asking us to recommend with the hours and the setbacks. He's indicated as much that he is. And also knowing that the modification to the development agreement will not be signed unless the director approves the parking plan. That, I'm comfortable with that. So this is a little bit strange, getting new information now, to potentially consider it coming back. It may not, but it could. So we're making the decision based on the information in front of us today. My desire to bring in as many great community gathering centers that are important to members of faith, I think I want to honor that and respect that. I'm comfortable with that, with what was shared tonight, even though it's a bit of a little bit disjointed here and there, but I think given what we have in front of us, I am comfortable with that. But I'm happy to hear the rest of council's thoughts on that. But I would probably be prepared to make a motion based on the recommendations from staff that this applicant has indicated he would be acceptable to.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I feel like there are some challenges with this application, but I'm comfortable enough that I think our planning director has within his ability and discretion, kind of the ability to help with this process to hopefully kind of get this resolved in a good way. If the parking to the north comes through and they come back, I think that would be fantastic. That would be a much better outcome. I think with the agreement with the daycare and seeing that there's really only a couple of points of conflict, it doesn't sound like they're huge. I really think that this can probably be handled. So I feel the same way. I think between the agreement from the applicant on the conditions from our planning staff, the alternative compliance having to be approved, and the parking plan, I think I can get there. And it is really a stretch. It's a little bit of a stretch on this one, but I tend to feel the same way about I think supporting our faith communities, especially when they're small, and it can be a real struggle. And I think it's important that we try to do that whenever we can.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Wilk.
I tend to agree as well. And if the property to the north does come through, even though Bright Angel might have to be connected through to the north, that may alter the plans for the church, but what we do here tonight allows the applicant, I think, to proceed with the owner of the property and make progress on making this happen simultaneous to securing a deal on the north property and maybe coming back with a project that seems to fit the footprint better and provide ample parking both on site as well as, again, if Bright Angel is extended through to the west of Bright Angel. So to Councilman Taylor's point, I think we've given the director the discretion to ultimately make the decision. Our action tonight is to allow it to proceed and make that decision. So I would be supportive of approving that.
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I will be in favor of the motion. I know we have some folks that are before us fairly often, so I'm sure this will be used against me at some other point, but I'm really looking forward to yet another development agreement modification coming forward on this project. So that's maybe the first time I've ever said that. So I agree with what Councilmember Taylor said. Meridian is a faith community, and if our diocese is any example, we have a diversity of faith up here that we're all devout in our beliefs, and I think that's emblematic of our community, and I love seeing new churches choose our community as home. And so we welcome you here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I may need help with this motion, but I'm going to give it a shot. I move that we approve file number H-2025-0015 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of July 8th, 2025, and in particular, a requirement for the applicant to submit and obtain a director approval for alternative compliance for off-street parking plan in order to comply with the minimum off-street parking standards as listed in the UDC. Specifically also for the reduced buffer as indicated in the staff report. And that the applicant submit an updated shared use parking agreement and hours of operation for the church that don't conflict with the standard operating hours for both uses, including the holy holidays for inclusion in the new development agreement. And lastly, that the applicant, no, I think that's it.
And clarification, Mr. Mayor.
One more
Oh,
thing to
yes,
add.
and to clarify that the hours of operation will not extend beyond the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Do I have a second?
Second agrees.
Second, okay. Staff for clarification.
Does your motion include an action on the request for a reduced buffer width to residential uses from 20 feet to 5 feet along the northern property boundary?
Yeah, and it does, when I mentioned the reduced street buffer as outlined in the staff report, I was intending to signify as you outlined.
Street buffer is a separate item, and that is acted on by the director through an alternative compliance application. What's before you tonight is a request for a reduced buffer to residential uses along the north boundary. And that buffer can only be reduced by council at a public hearing with notice to surrounding property owners.
So can the motion just include only those things which are applicable in this setting? If they can't make a motion for something that doesn't meet the requirements for the motion, correct? If they need a separate hearing on it,
No,
and it's not,
This is
so this is the one
hearing.
where that is,
It's
being
applicable.
considered.
What I was trying to say was if you don't grant it tonight, they would have to come back before you through another application.
Mr. Mayor, I did intend for that to be part of it. I'm looking at the staff report here for the reduced buffer width from 25 to 5 feet along the northern property boundary. That's the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, that I do intend to include that.
The second concurs, okay. Is there discussion on the motion? Okay, if not, Clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried, and the ayes have been agreed to. And I know there's a lot of work to be done, but we look forward to good work being done to move the project forward and welcome you officially to the community at some time in a future hearing. Okay, all right. With that, we will move on to item 18, which is a public hearing for program year 2025 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. Turn this over to Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you mentioned, we're here for the action plan, and the purpose today is to, sorry, let me get this out of the way really quick. To have the public hearing and to close the public comment period. So I'm just going to do a quick reminder of what we're looking at here. So CDBG, we do receive federal funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. With that, we have to submit a 5-year consolidated plan that identifies the goals and provides direction for the plan. And then every year we submit an action plan to say how we're going to spend our funding and how we're going to meet the goals. So in this action plan, then we haven't received the award quite yet, but we've received a letter saying that we are anticipated to receive $523,218. And we have gone through the application process, and the scoring committee has selected projects through that. And each of the projects have to meet one of the goals, and they're color coded here so you can see which project is associated with which goal. So the projects that we are proposing to be funded is emergency rental assistance with Jesse Tree for $43,483, youth scholarships with the Boys and Girls Club for $35,000, homeowner repairs with NeighborWorks Boise for $193,868, and then sidewalk and streetlight improvements. Actually, walkability, it may include more than just those two things, but that one is also $193,867. With our plan, then we are required to go out for public comment and work with the community. The first part of that is when we're starting to look at developing the plan. So we want to gather feedback and make sure that we're still on the right track from what our consolidated plan had said that we need. So we had our first public hearing on March 25th, and we also did another presentation before council on April 22nd. And then we took all of that into consideration, and we had the competitive application for different projects, and the scoring committee selected them. We put all of that into our plan, which is out for public comment right now. So right now, what we're asking for is public feedback to make sure that we're on the right track with that plan. So the public comment period has been open since May 29th, and we are asking council to close it tonight. During that same time, we've had our feedback survey available. We've reached out to community partners to ask for their feedback and also their participants' feedback. We sent letters to neighbors that are going to be impacted by the construction projects. And we've also facilitated 2 virtual open houses. We've also used city communications to get the word out. So we did receive some comments. For the most part, people have been really supportive. For the emergency rental assistance, then it was viewed as a way to prevent homelessness during crises. There were some concerns about temporary impacts and program access. It's just hard. It's limited funding and a lot of people need help. And so it's sometimes hard to access the program. There's also comments around better coordination across the support systems. For youth scholarships, we received comments. Mostly it was strong support, especially from working and single parents. They praised the affordability and the safe care and said that Boys and Girls Club could use more funding. Homeowner repairs, people mentioned that it's critical for seniors, disabled residents, and for home preservation. One homeowner who recently completed some of the rehabilitation, she she noted that it was pure perfection, just the ramp that she was able to receive and the structural fixes that she was able to have completed on her home so she could stay there. There was a big emphasis in the comments on safety, dignity, and long-term impact. And then for the walkability improvements, they were highly valued for safety near schools and in underserved areas. The sidewalks and lighting was seen as essential infrastructure, and there were some comments around ACHD should take more responsibility on this. In general, the long-term impact and sustainability, people said that they had some optimism, but there were also concerns about funding and follow-through. Suggestions to reduce red tape, boost outreach, include lived experience in the planning process. And then there were some additional needs identified around affordable housing, mental health care, and public transportation. And there was also a suggestion around gated parks and police department training to help locate children with disabilities. And then the final piece was coordinated planning and responsible development. So specifically on the survey, then people were invited to rank the projects from 1 to 5. And for the most part, everything was above a 4. So it was pretty highly scored. The only one that was below a 4, it's still fairly high, but that the projects will have a lasting impact. I also wanted to touch base on the bill that was just passed. It was signed into law on July 4th. There's no impacts to CDBG directly. CDBG will be impacted more in the allocation process. It's not called out specifically in this bill, but you guys do see LIHTC projects sometimes, and I want to note that there's some changes to that. There's a 12% increase in the availability of 9% credits. And I just want to make sure that I said that in a way that makes sense. It took me a couple times because there's 2 percentages in there, but there's more of the 9% credits available now. There's also a reduced bond requirement for the 4% credits. It went from 50% to 25%. And they're anticipating that this is going to help finance 1.22 million affordable homes over the next 10 years. Opportunity zones were also made permanent with a new 10-year designation starting in 2026. And then the other potential impact, I'm sure that you've all heard, but there's cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, which is the food assistance. And so it is going to have an impact on people who are low to moderate income and their ability to afford food, healthcare, and housing. And then the states are going to be responsible for either filling the funding gaps or reducing services. So that's going to impact our residents. So the final steps on this action plan tonight is the public hearing, and I'm asking council to close the public comment period. And then in 2 weeks, I will have the final report and the resolution on the consent agenda, should you choose to accept it. And on July 31st, by then, I should have it submitted to HUD. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, did anyone send to provide testimony in this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has signed up.
Okay, is there anybody present or online who would like to provide testimony as part of this public hearing on the CDBG program? Or online, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one wishing to testify?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cameron.
quick comment. Crystal, we'll talk about this a little bit more in a couple of weeks, but I just want to commend you. I think you do such an exceptional job of trying to be proactive. This is an important program, but a wonky program. And I remember a time where we just kind of waited for people to come to us, and I commend you for being proactive. I know sometimes the numbers aren't always in terms of participation what we like, but I appreciate the action and the efforts. I really think we're trying to meet our citizens where they are, and so I appreciate that. We'll celebrate that maybe more here in a couple of weeks. With that though, Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we close the public hearing for the program year 2025 CDBG action plan.
Second?
I have a motion, and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. And Crystal, we'll see you back again soon. Okay. Council, next item up is a continuation of our public hearing where we're taking testimony regarding the potential ballot question concerning the levy to provide funding for firefighters, police officers, and prosecution unit. We did receive an in-depth presentation 2 weeks ago, And we just left this open to continue to take comments from the public on the proposal as council weighs whether or not to move this item forward. So we didn't have staff plan to make any further presentations, and so we were just really here to take any comments from the community on this item. But I want to, before we go there, I want to see if council has any questions at this point in time, or just move into any public comments.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I know we can find it on kind of the back end, but has there been any efforts made to capture the public emails that we've received in a manner that our community can see those? They weren't included as necessarily in a packet for tonight's action. And I always think it's important that the public has a chance to review what other citizens have said before we would take any action.
And turn to our esteemed team clerk who has been collecting those.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. They have been saved.
And Councilman Cavanagh, are you looking for them to be made part of the online record?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I commend, I think the city's done a really good job of trying to create a website with information. What I noticed and kind of just going through the comments over the weekend again is that we haven't placed where those public comments have landed. You can, if you're familiar with how to navigate the back end of our site, you can find them, but they aren't just necessarily front and center for the public. So I guess if we haven't made that change, I would ask that at least between now and when the council's asked to maybe make a decision, that we provide those in a manner so that the public can review those as well.
Okay. All right. So with that, Madam Clerk, we have everyone signed up to provide comments on tonight's item.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I have Garrett Castle.
Okay, it's you. As your name's called, just come forward, be recognized for up to 3 minutes. If you're online and you haven't signed up, you can use the raise your hand feature and we'll work you in as others have done so. Mr. Castle.
Mayor, I wish to express my support of this levy. My name is Garrett Castle. I'm recently elected member of the Meridian Library District Board of Trustees and have been a resident of Meridian for 5 years. I want to note that my views do not reflect a broader decision or support by the Meridian Board, but reflect my own beliefs in support of the proposed levy. As recently elected, I support a levy that provides for experienced and funded police officers for the safety of all parties involved in board decisions. Throughout 2023, the library board experienced isolated individuals in the community who felt they should adopt a more aggressive posture towards the Meridian Library Board. We requested police attendance at specifically invited board meetings. I felt that the police force of Meridian acted admirably throughout these proceedings. Oftentimes, boards and city councils are asked to make decisions on things that people feel intensely about, and not all individuals always act in a way that we would consider appropriate for healthy public discourse. It's especially important then when we have police officers who know how to make good decisions on what testimony to allow and what testimony should be considered an outburst and out of order. To that end, I hope that the Meridian Police continue to partner and support healthy public discourse throughout Meridian. We should keep salaries at pace with other surrounding areas because we want the experience and senior law enforcement available to make those quick second decisions as needed in regards to safety. This comes up even for meetings like this one and within the Meridian Library Board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stand for questions.
Council, any questions? Okay, appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, I have Chris Heyer that signed up online.
Do we see his name online? I don't see his name.
I do not.
Unless, I don't like to call out people's. Chris, are you online? You can use your raise your hand function. Let's go ahead and go to the next ones, then we can see if.
Mr. Mayor, the next person is Laura Miller.
Good evening.
Well, good evening, everybody. name is Laura Miller. I live at 3984 West Meadow Pine Street. I'm in favor of adding the public levy to the November ballot. I think right now we live in a time where there's a lot of negativity surrounding government spending, but this levy is not wasteful spending. It's a smart and necessary use of public funds. I think if we ask any Meridian resident how they feel about our police officers and our fire department, they'd be quick to praise our first responders. We're grateful for their service to our city, and there's countless stories of our public servants going above and beyond, working long shift, responding quickly to calls, and they're out there, showing up for people on their worst days. So now that when it comes time to make sure that they're paid fairly and adequately staffed to meet our city's growing needs, like why would we say no to that? If we truly want to continue to be one of the safest cities in the country, the levy is common sense. And also adding in that in-house prosecutor's office would be beneficial to our city. And I didn't even know that we contract with Boise for the misdemeanor prosecutors. That was interesting to learn. So I think that would be really beneficial. I have no doubt that the citizens would want all the benefits that are in this levy. And even though I'm sure a lot of people feel reluctant to pay for it, I know they wouldn't want the consequences of not having these funds either. Retaining the highly trained, experienced first responders benefits all of us. I think educating voters will be key here. I know that needs to be done by a lot of other organizations need to step in and do that. But please support adding this levy to the ballot so that Meridian residents can decide as a community how we want to invest in our safety and our future.
Thank you, Laura. Council, any questions? Thank you very much. Looks like Greg did join us. Greg, if you want to raise your hand, and I think we can bring you in.
Mr. Mayor, no one else has signed up and I don't see any.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I apologize. Right. Haven't seen Chris yet then. Okay. Is there anybody else who signed up in advance?
Mr. Mayor, no one else that has signed up in advanced.
Okay, well, we do have a hand raised online, so we can go to online. If there's anybody else that would like to testify or make comment on this, if you want to move to the front row, then we can just have you come up at the appropriate time. Okay. Mr. Hill.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. As a local barber here in the downtown Meridian area, I've been in the valley serving the Meridian public for past 5 years. I cut first responders, both law enforcement and fire here locally in Meridian. And I just really, as a local business owner, I would just really urge you guys to vote in favor for a public vote for this. I think that with this being something that can either positively or negatively affect their public safety, that leaving it up to the public to vote in favor of doing this. I think that, the amount of property tax increase really isn't a lot. I also think that with it being able to keep the pay competitive, not only for fire, but for law enforcement as well, would also allow to pay for the 13 firefighters that came on with that grant. Otherwise, if it's not approved, then those 13 firefighters can't be afforded. And we lose 13 well-trained guys that have stayed with the city for 2-3 years, and they got to find jobs elsewhere. Not to mention the amount of money that the city of Meridian pays out to Boise City's PA office to handle misdemeanors and infractions. I think that's an astronomical amount of money that could definitely save the city and also save, maybe take out some of the property tax increase. But mainly plain and simple, myself and my barbershop, we support not only you guys in city council, but we also support our first responders and our, law enforcement and fire. So I just strongly urge you guys. And I think, even if you guys want me to do a written petition based out of the barbershop, I think you'd be really surprised at the amount of people that would want to vote for this and not just have it be decided by you guys. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Council Cavanagh.
Mr. Hill, thanks for joining us remotely. Just, I think one really important question Who has the better hair, our police officers or our firefighters?
I don't know. I would definitely say Sean Harper probably takes the cake for the best hair when it comes to law enforcement, and Captain Jaron Jones for fire. So it's a real strong, head to head between law enforcement and fire.
Listen, in all seriousness, Mr. Hill, we appreciate you coming and giving up some of your time to testify tonight.
Of
Thank you.
course, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Derek?
Derek Nelson, President, Local 2311 Meridian Firefighters Association, Mayor Simison, members of the council. Certainly, we all know each other. It is good to see you. It has been far too long, certainly. But thank you for having this open discussion on this matter. I know some of us have spoken more about it than others, but I, as representative of the Meridian firefighters who are now nearing 127 line personnel, I have the great honor of representing all those voices in voicing our support for this levy. I also commend you for your taking on this concept. In my 17 years here working for the city of Meridian, this face has grown gray, but I've watched this city grow in ways, leaps and bounds, maybe I didn't expect when I was, 37 years old and just getting into the fire service. When I hired, there was 5 stations. We are now 8. When I was hired, this city was, I don't know that it was yet 80,000 people. What are we today? Closing in on 160 or more thousand. No, I'm not great with numbers, first off. But numbers are important here. Numbers matter. As we've seen events in the past week or so here in Meridian with numerous house fires during the 4th of July weekend, some happening right on one on top of the other, where we had to ask the assistance of our neighboring agencies because we were stretched thin, to events across the state where firefighters and our first responders, my brothers and sisters in law enforcement, we're now thrust into a number and a variety and types of calls that we didn't see 17 years ago when I started, when the city was much smaller. Things have changed a lot, and numbers matter, and those numbers, I know to you, matter when budgets are stretched thin and you're looking for ways to provide the level of service that we are currently providing. And I know numbers matter when our chief in our department gets up here, 2 weeks ago, and presents to you what a good, better, and a best looks like. And those are numbers, and how do we get there? And so I commend you for taking this chance, putting it to the voter, and telling the story of, this is the city of Meridian, this is what you live here for, and public safety, and we're asking you, to what degree is public safety important to you? So as that voice for the Meridian firefighters, I ask that you consider this levy. I ask that you consider it in favor, just as I ask the committee or community of the city of Meridian to do so as well. Public safety matters as we grow, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Derek. Oh, yeah, there's questions. Don't worry. One thing, we're here today. It was back in September of 2023 where me, you, and Chief Bloom were having some pretty in-depth conversations, and ultimately we ended up putting out an MOU or a memorandum to the department where we specifically outlined that this may be one of the approaches that we took. We discussed foregone, we discussed increased revenue, and this was the third way that we knew that we may need to get there. And unfortunately, the new revenue has actually gone the opposite way from the state, and this really leaves us as our best option to achieve the outcome that we're searching for. So I just want to step back and say thank you to understanding when we took this leap of faith 3 years ago, that this is where we may end up, and council hasn't made a decision, but we saw that this may be the way to get there, and I still think it's the best way to get there and for the community to weigh in on that. So thank you for your help to get us to this point, because it was collaboration to even get us to this conversation point.
And I thank you, because it takes us working together. And I think that also speaks to the community. If this is, something we're, providing for the community. And I think, the community has shown a support for it. And so That's what it takes, is us all working together.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor?
Not so much a question, but maybe just an opportunity with you standing here. We know that in your profession, it's really a brotherhood and a sisterhood. It's a really tight-knit community, and I think it would be appropriate for us to acknowledge the events that happened in North Idaho. I'm sure it's affected many members of our community, and just want to extend our heartfelt condolence to you and the community that you represent. It's a tragedy, but it highlights also what you face. And clearly that's something that we hope is just a one-off event, but we acknowledge that this is something you guys face on a daily basis. So I think it's appropriate to just acknowledge that while you're here today.
Thank you very much. I mean, we really appreciate your support, all of you. You know, we have members who have gone up to Coeur d'Alene to assist Coeur d'Alene Fire in staffing their apparatus, staffing their stations so that they can attend the funeral of their fallen. Thank you very much. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking to. And the numbers are numbers, but you know, it doesn't really necessarily tell the story of what we're thrust into, where on any given day, there's 4,000 different call types and that bell goes off, and what are we going to be you know, attending to? What problem are we going to be solving, or what, you know, danger are we going to be facing? It's out there and it's real, and that's part of the job, but it's also, I appreciate your you know, for sharing that with us. I also want to say, having recently been shadow to Councilman Taylor at a fire ops event, that, you know, if we have an opening there, you might want to consider about putting in. This guy's got.
It pays better than this job.
You can go through a door. Everybody was impressed how fast he went through a door.
Council, any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Derek.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for your time.
Is there anybody else either present in the room or online that'd like to come forward and make any comments on this item? Seeing no one else coming forward or raising their hand at this time. Obviously, it's not a land use, so if someone perks their head up, they can. And council, I don't know where all your heads are after you've read, listened, talked, communicated. And obviously, there's not going to be a decision to put something on the ballot, because that requires a separate action that would come forward. But I think what I would be hoping for from council tonight, if you're in a place to do that, so, is to give direction to staff on whether or not to bring something back for your consideration. I think it would be helpful for us to all move forward if we're in a place where we think we can do that, knowing that still may be a couple weeks away before official action would take place. So that's what I was hopeful for, but I don't know if that's where everyone is at tonight. Councilman Kavner.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. I think your suggestion is correct, which is, I'm not obviously ready to make a decision this evening, but I think from a process standpoint, to at least put something together that we would, again, continue to share with the public for consideration at a future city council meeting. I think, Mr. Mayor, I would also ask too that we keep the public hearing open during that period in case other people have additional information that they want to share. I know this isn't land use, and so we can meet with anybody and talk about this whenever we want, but I think it's important that we continue to tell the public, much like Crystal has done with our CDBG program. We're inviting feedback. We want to hear from you. If you're in favor of this, we want to hear from you. If you're opposed to this, we want to hear from you. And I think the more communication that we hear from the public will put us in the best possible position to make a decision one way or another here in the coming weeks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just feedback for me so far, not a surprise probably for people, but based on what I've heard so far and based on the presentations that we've received, I'm in support of continuing to have staff go ahead and try to move this forward. I think it makes sense to send this to the voters, frankly, for them to weigh in on. I've heard enough feedback from my constituents. I've heard certainly, I think, mostly feedback and support, but I would say it's been about 70-30 so far, just what I've heard. I just want to say it's not something that we take lightly. But based on what I've heard so far, I think that that's wise, that we go ahead and proceed. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
a lot to say on the topic, but I'll save it for a little bit later time. But that said, to just share with some of the feedback I've received, I did send a message out to my district, asked for some feedback, asked for some response to a small survey, just to get a sense for those who couldn't come and join us here and share their testimony about what they think about it. The feedback I got from my district was about 55% of them said, yes, we would support moving ahead with this. About 41% said they weren't sure. To me, that, given what the body of information we received and kind of my own efforts to collect some information, I think it'd be appropriate to continue moving forward with what it is. Like I said, I have more to share about the topic, but I think that would be appropriate at a later date. So would like to proceed with the direction we're moving.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I concur. I'm getting very similar feedback from my district. The majority definitely support it. If anything, I've had two that have, because of their limited income, are not supportive, but certainly understand it and have had quite a few questions, especially regarding the prosecution, wanting to know more about that they just didn't feel like they had information. So I think that all things that need to be considered as we move forward, which would be my recommendation, that we consider continuing with the process and definitely get it out to the public.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I've had much the same response as well. Interest and support for moving forward from my constituents. I've also read all of the comments that have come into the mayor and the city council, and I applaud those that have probed deeper and deeper and tried to understand the numbers and the rationale for those numbers. And I think, based on the input and your leadership and your office's response to those citizens who have inquired, I think we're doing our best to inform them and educate them on the issue. And I think we've had public hearings, had an opportunity to hear from the public as well. And I would be supportive of moving this process forward, having staff bring us a package that we can then, again, have input from the public on and then make the ultimate decision on whether to put it on the ballot. So I'm agreeable to taking the next step. Does that require an official motion at this point, or just guidance and direction to come back?
Mr. Neary.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what our expectation was tonight, if the council wished to move forward, was simply direct staff to bring back a resolution for you. We've been working on a draft of that. We've sought out some samples and some models from the state and the county as to other agencies and what they've used and try to create something that fits the statute. So our intention would be to bring that back to you. I think our original target date was the 12th of August.
I thought it was, well, never mind.
And it could be sooner.
I think it'd be important to let the community know as soon as possible so we can take active education, proactive or not, efforts, and not knowing what all of council's schedule looks like. I think we're missing someone next week. You're gone the 22nd. On the 22nd. So it'd either be next week or would fall to August. I don't know where council, I think it's important to let the community know as soon as, if we feel like we're at a place where council is ready to make a determination whether or not to put on the ballot, the sooner the better, in my humble opinion. But can we go to Councilman Overton as well first?
Mr. Mayor, overwhelming majority of the people that I've heard from so far, I think they recognize that one of the things that have drawn them and kept them in the city of Meridian has been our quality of life. And I don't think you can separate sometimes that quality of life from how good we have it with our first responders and police and fire. And I absolutely support moving forward with this and getting the resolution at the date that's agreeable upon you and the rest of council and bringing this forward in front of our citizens. And I offer up any chance I can to help be part of that, to help educate on what this means and what this will do for us from now on into the future.
Thank you, Councilman Overton. Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in keeping track of all of our moving calendars and recognizing that summer vacations and children that are moving away to university, I don't think we will have a reality where we'll have city council all present until the 19th of August. I'm out on the, so it's either a special meeting on the 29th to consider this, if we're all here on the 29th, or if we're looking at the 19th, we all can be present. I do think, Mr. Mayor, this is an important decision that we would like, I think all members of council would like to be present for it. And being frank, if the 12th is preferred for everyone, I can be remote, but I'm moving my oldest to college, and being frank, that is a priority for our family. So my preference would be the 19th with all of us in person, unless council is comfortable with a special meeting on the 29th.
Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I mean, in terms of the timing of this, I'm comfortable with the special meeting on the 29th to accommodate this. Otherwise, it's going to get pushed out quite a ways. That would just be my feedback.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
29th is okay for me. I'm flexible with what everybody wants to do.
Mr. Mayor? I know sometimes, I apologize to our staff. I know they sometimes look forward to those fifth Tuesdays. They become date nights with their spouses and whatnot. But given the importance of this issue and the importance of us all being here together, what I'd like to do then, Mayor, is continue this item to the 29th of July for a special meeting. This will be the only item on our agenda, that we would leave the public hearing open in that time to allow anyone else to provide any additional feedback that they have.
The one thing, and I'm fine, I will not be here. So I will be in the middle of my family vacation on the Oregon coast, which again, I don't vote. So you don't need me here to make be part of a quorum for any of that, but just so you're aware, I won't be here on that date.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
To your point, you've helped really lead this, getting this conversation before the public. Are you comfortable with the council meeting for a special meeting without your presence and involvement?
If necessary, I mean, I can remote in, I assume, in that context, but, leading the meeting from in here, I mean, you can lead the meeting, you're more than capable in that context, but yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Missionary.
just for context for you and the council, I mean, the deadline to submit this to the county is the 29th of August. So you do have time. Like I said, our original timetable was the 12th, but then obviously some changes.
So what we are pushing up again is if you want to notify the community, we have certain timeframes that we have to meet to put it in our utility bills. Some very basic things that I will just say from a staff perspective, the sooner you can make these decisions, the better we can align ways to inform the community in a cost-effective way. If you push later to the statutory deadlines, you probably won't even make it in a utility bill, where everyone would get it before.
Mr. Mayor?
That's what I'm Schrader.
See, it does seem wise to be in the utility bill with this. That is the one guarantee that people have that they'll see something, especially not everyone, even most people have internet access, but not everyone does. And I do think like having it on a piece of paper in your utility bill is really helpful for educating people. It would be a shame if you couldn't be there, or if you were remote. I know that would not be ideal, but it feels to me like kind of the balance of the public interest is in doing it sooner rather than later. So I feel like we should go forward on the 29th in terms of having that meeting, if that works for everybody. I don't know if it worked for everybody. I wanted to just kind of, okay, yeah.
Councilman Overton, does that work for you too?
For this cause, the 29th will work just fine.
And trust me, I don't like going to the coast. So if I thought my wife would let me not go, I would be here, but she's not watching, so it's okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify on that time, would that be a 4:30 start time or 6 PM?
Yeah,
Thank you.
would be my intention. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman
I
Cavanagh?
alluded to a motion, but I don't think I officially made it. So I'm going to move that we continue item 19 to July 29th at 6 PM for a special meeting where the city council will take additional public testimony and render a decision on a potential public safety levy.
And for legal counsel to prepare a resolution for ballot consideration at that time.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, if we're gonna take an action, we will need something to take an action around. So I appreciate that clarification.
Second.
In a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And we will continue this item to the 29th of July. Okay. Council, do you need to take a break before we go into? All right, then with that, we will move on to item 20, which is public hearing for H 2024-0073.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we are here tonight for the Paw subdivision. It's for a preliminary plat and conditional use permit. So the site consists of 4.77 acres of land. It's zoned CC and R40, and it's located at 1680 West Ustick. So in 2022, a proposal to rezone 3.42 acres of the subject property from CC to R40 and a preliminary plat for 33 townhouse lots, 2 lots for vertically integrated building with 6 residential units each, commercial and residential, 1 commercial lot and 10 common lots, along with a conditional use permit for townhouses in the R40 zoning district. It was approved by the city council. However, the preliminary plat expired prior to receiving the city engineer's signature. That also meant that the conditional use permit expired with that application. So the applicant is back requesting a preliminary plat with 49 lots, 33 residential, 2 vertically integrated buildings, 1 commercial, 10 common lots, and 3 private streets, and a conditional use permit for the proposed townhomes. Townhomes are allowed by conditional use in the R40 zoning district, and vertically integrated structures are principally permitted use in the CC zoning district. So although it has not been determined the type of future use that would occur on the commercial lot, the concept plan suggests that a drive-through is planned for that. If a drive-through is proposed in the future, it will require approval of a conditional use permit once a user has been identified. This is just more of an elevation of, a rendering of what's going on here. Building elevations were submitted with this application. The elevation shows townhouses comprised of materials consisting of rock, cement board, hardy board, lap siding with pitch roofs, exposed timber frames, and trellis features with stone bases. Windows are included on many of the garage doors. The elevations demonstrate significant fenestration and modulation, as well as a variety of roof line variations. Most of the buildings also include first floor covered porches and second story decks. Staff found that the elevations that proposed demonstrate high quality designs, but the elevations for the vertically integrated structures reflect townhouse designs rather than commercial businesses. So at design review, the first floor commercial portion of the vertically integrated buildings shall meet the commercial architectural standards. And during the applicant's presentation at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they did show that they did make that change. So staff did recommend approval with conditions. There were no written testimonies. The commission recommended approval with staff recommendations. There were, again, no written testimony since the public hearing. There were no issues that were outstanding for council. And with that, I am stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Jeremy Amar with Biltmore Company, 1580 West Cayuse Creek here in Meridian. As staff explained, we're bringing this project back in front of you. In reality, because I put the date that I'd have to do a time extension tied to our final plat instead of our preliminary plat. So last fall, when I came to staff to talk about a time extension, I learned of my mistake, and we get to do this again. We do currently have an approved development agreement for this project as it stands, and as staff has explained, we aren't looking to make any changes or modifications to the development agreement. We are looking to do, I guess, here in the back. So most of the project are townhomes that are bordering the Windsong neighborhood. And then these two buildings that front on Linder and Ustick are the vertically integrated units. As staff mentioned, we have changed those elevations to, here we go, to show kind of this bottom picture, more of a storefront elevation for that lower commercial space in the vertically integrated units. We are excited to have this project, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, you want to provide testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has signed up.
Okay, is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Seeing no one coming forward, if you're online, use the raise your hand function. Just give them a second for that. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand, the applicant waive any final comments? Applicant waives final comments. Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
move that we close the public hearing on H 2024-0073.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
happy to make a motion on this. It was approved by us already. It's already part of the city. Really, this is, to me, it's more of an administrative error, and everybody makes mistakes, and that's okay. But it sounds like you definitely got some learning opportunities from the experience for sure. Painful to have to go through it again. It's always been a unique project. Again, I think considering the city council's already approved it, I'm happy to make a motion in support. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0073 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 20. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Aye. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you very much. All right, next item up is item 21, public hearing for Spring Day subdivision, H 2024-0069. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 40.84 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located approximately a quarter-mile west of North Black Cat Road on the north side of West Ustick Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mostly medium-density residential, 36.6 acres of the site, with only 1.8 acres of office designated. And that is, if you can see that little purple area right here on the center map is the office designation. The applicant is requesting annexation of 40.84 acres of land with an R8 zoning district for the development of 170 single-family residential homes at a gross density of 4.43 units per acre, consistent with the density desired of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre in the medium-density residential district designation, excuse me. Although a portion of this property is designated for office uses, no office uses are proposed due to the location of the collector street. And that is this road right here along the west boundary of the site, which after right-of-way dedication only leaves 0.65 of an acre, which the applicant states isn't large enough to develop as such. There are mixed-use designated properties directly to the south that could accommodate some of the office uses planned for this area. The Wardle out parcel at the southwest corner of the site, and that's this piece right here, will likely be converted to or redeveloped with an office use in the future. For these reasons, and because future land use map designations are not parcel specific, the applicant requests the adjacent abutting medium density residential designation applied to the office designated portion of the site. At the request of staff, the annexation boundary includes the adjacent 2.26 acre property to the east owned by the Bureau of Reclamation where the 8-mile lateral lies. And that is this area right here. The preliminary plat does not include that boundary. A preliminary plat is proposed as shown there on the left, consisting of 170 buildable lots and 19 common lots on 38.56 acres of land in the R8 zoning district. The average residential lot size for the proposed development is 5,546 square feet with a minimum lot size of 4,600 square feet and a maximum lot size of 9,317 square feet. A phasing plan was submitted as shown that shows 6 phases of development. And you can see the dashed lines there and the phase numbers in the middle there. Access is proposed via one collector street connection to Ustick Road at the southwest corner of the site, which stubs to the northern property line for future extension in accord with the master street map. A stub street is proposed to the west for future extension and interconnectivity, and right-of-way extends to the Wardle out parcel for future access. An emergency-only access is proposed on the eastern portion of the property via Ustick Road. A 35-foot wide street buffer is required along Ustick Road, designated as an entryway corridor. 20-foot wide street buffers are required along the collector street, landscaped in accord with UDC standards. Open space and site amenities are proposed in excess of the minimum UDC requirements. A minimum of 5.78 acres or 15% is required. 8.5 acres or 22.04% is proposed. A minimum of 8 site amenity points are required. A total of 29 points are provided as follows. A picnic area on a site 5,000 square feet or greater in size, a dog park, and 2 dog waste stations are proposed as quality of life amenities. 2 paved sports courts, a swimming pool, and swimming pool changing facilities and restrooms are proposed from the recreation activity category. Multi-use pathways are proposed from the pedestrian or bicycle circulation system category, and an enclosed bicycle storage is proposed from the multimodal category. A variety of conceptual building elevations were submitted. Let me click on those real quick here. There's quite a few of them, so I'll just kind of scroll through them. They are included in links in your staff report as well. So a variety of elevations were submitted that represent the quality of future homes planned in this development. The final design of the single-family attached units are required to comply with the design standards listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. They are not going. Oh, well, hang on a second. Thank you. All righty, let's try that again. Water service is available at the site. Sewer service is not available and will need to be extended from its current location north of West Ustick Road and North McDermott Road, approximately 1.1 miles to the site. Approval of the subdivision's sewer system is contingent upon the submittal and approval of plans to serve the proposed development. While the extension of sewer infrastructure in this area is included in a city project scheduled for 2028, the developer is seeking to partner with the city to accelerate the timeline contingent upon securing entitlements for the property. Because the city does not support annexing and entitling property for development without a timely plan to extend municipal services, staff recommends that approval of the project be contingent upon both the city's and developers' mutual intent to enter into a cooperative agreement to extend sewer service to the property ahead of the city's scheduled infrastructure project. This agreement should be executed within 6 months of the approval of the findings and prior to the adoption of the annexation ordinance, which would formally incorporate the property into the city. In the absence of such an agreement, the property would not be annexed. The commission recommended approval of this application, and I'll go through a summary of the commission hearing. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, testified in favor of the application. Sean Freeman submitted a letter in opposition to the project, and Sean Wardle commented on the application at the hearing. Written testimony has been received from Mitch and Brittany Watson, Martin and Joanne Omig, and Sean Freeman. Key issues are as follows. Request for the city to limit density to 1 to 3 units per acre in all new neighborhoods to ease the current and future infrastructure and increase the quality of life for Meridian residents and leave as many waterways uncovered as possible for wildlife. Opinion, the proposed density is too high and will negatively impact the quality and character, and quality of life in their neighborhood and will lead to overcrowding, strain on local resources such as schools and utilities. And questions pertaining to the provision of access and services to the Wardle parcel, request for a recommendation to be made to the Traffic Safety Commission to reduce the speed limit on Ustick Road. Key issues of discussion by the commission. There was general support of the applicant's proposal to extend sewer infrastructure to serve the development prior to the city's project and completion of the Ustick Road widening project. The commission did not make any changes to the staff recommendation. The outstanding issue for council tonight is the approximately 1.8 acres of this property designated on the future land use map in the comp plan as office. However, due to the proposed location of the collector street and the small remaining area, no office uses are proposed. As I mentioned, the applicant requests council approval to apply the adjacent medium density residential future land use designation to the office designated portion of this property. No written testimony has been submitted since the commission hearing. Staff will stand for any questions. The applicant is here to present.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Give me just a moment, Becky, to open your presentation here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, 1029 North Rosario Meridian. I'm here representing Tolls Southwest on this particular project. I just wanted to mention that I'm excited to see that you guys are proceeding forward with that levy. I think Meridian has always prided themselves on keeping up with growth and keeping up emergency services. And the first project I brought through in Meridian in 1992, you guys had a population of 9,000 and something. And I thought that the only fireman you had was Kenny Bowers because he's the only one I ever saw. And you guys have come a long way from that. And I built my building here 18 years ago. And I don't think I could have built my building in any safer city in the state than Meridian. And so I just, as a business owner, am very supportive of that levy.
Are you saying you started all the growth? I don't want to put you on record because we're not, oh, wait, guess we are in the public hearing. Never mind. I won't let you answer that.
It did kind of follow me. Sonia, you ready? So this particular project, before you this evening is Spring Day. This is an aerial photo that you can see. Here is the new McDermott bypass that comes through, intersects with U-Stick. There is a signalized intersection at the U-Stick Road. The subject property that's before you is this property right here. Whoops. And squirrely. It comes down. So we have this frontage on U-Stick Road. The property is 36.67 acres in size. It's owned by MFRE River Jordan Mink Ranch North SLCC. Also, the existing home that's in the southeast corner is owned by the Morris and Dixie Rambo Trust. The property is currently vacant, just in agricultural production. The parcel with the homes that's included on it, there are 2 dwelling units on that property. To kind of give you a little bit of history of that property, it was a 40-acre parcel under Ada County in the old D1 zone. They were allowed to have a one-time split for a relative, so their son could build a home. It was to entice the sons to stay on the farm. And so the property with the home on the southwest corner, which is Mr. and Mrs. John Wardle's property, was a legal split. But when they did this division in the county back in, I think it was in the 90s, it was an illegal division. So meeting with staff, meeting with the Morris Trust people, we decided that the best thing to do would clean this up. So that's a legal parcel of record, annex it into the city of Meridian. Our site plan does reflect a redevelopment of that property. Surrounding us, we have Jaden Village to the south, kind of southeast of us, across U-Stick. And we also have Trish's subdivision, and those are zoned R4 and R8. And then to the east of us is a vacant West Ada School District future elementary site, and Birchstone subdivision, which is R8. And then to the west of us is a vacant parcel that is owned by the Hess family and is proposed for development. Your comprehensive plan has 2 designations on this property. The primary designation is a medium density residential, which is obviously 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. There is a small patch of office or a band of office. Why does this thing hate me? Where is it? There we go. So there's kind of a band of office right in through here, adjacent to U-Stick. In applying that to the subject property, it really didn't fit because it encompasses the Wardle property, and then part of it goes into our north-south collector roadway and just barely clips into our duet lots. So based on the fact that there's kind of a little sliver there, it didn't seem feasible from a land use perspective to try to incorporate some type of office. And so in talking with the staff, in talking with the Wardles, and the property to the west, it was kind of determined that the office component would most likely be west of us. We did coordinate with the Durango subdivision owners, which are west of us, as far as the collector location, stub street, interconnectivity. So on the master street map, you see a continuous collector that comes up from U-Stick, and then it terminates at our north boundary. Just north of us is the Quinzer property. North of them is a subdivision that has unopened, unused right-of-way, which will be that collector, which we matched when I did Oak South. So eventually this collector will be the mid-mile collector from Ustick all the way up to McMillan. So we have already built the collector from McMillan, crossed 5 Mile Creek, and stubbed it to Aegean Estates. It goes through Aegean Estates that I did, and then it will go through the Quinzers and then south and make this connection. The R8 is the zoning designation that we are requesting. As far as our density is concerned, we're asking for 4.41 dwelling units per acre, which is obviously consistent with that 3 to 8 dwelling units designation. There is a parcel that the staff asked us to include in our annexation because this would be a enclave, and this is the 8 Mile lateral that runs on our eastern boundary and north boundary. It's a separate lot along the east boundary, and then on the north boundary, it is within an easement. So I did meet with Greg Curtis at Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. It is his desire to coordinate and cooperate with the developer to pipe that. So we've done this on at least 5 different projects within Nampa Meridian where my clients will purchase the pipe, be 36-inch concrete pipe. And then Nampa Meridian staff during the winter months will install it within the existing channel and build the boxes. So it works out as a great partnership for them because it lowers their maintenance, and then they don't have the issue of lots on both sides of their facilities throwing their grass clippings or dog waste into the facility. So that is a win-win for both of us. The staff asked us to extend this public street to the east across that parcel. I've been trying to get a hold of Greg to talk to him about dedicating that right away. I don't think they're going to have an issue with it because it will connect to an existing stub street to the east of us, which would also provide an alternative access to that future school site. Because as it stands now, that school site only has one point of access, and that's within the local street of the subdivision on our eastern boundary. What's before you here is 130 detached single-family dwellings. We have lots that range from 4,950 to 9,318 square feet. Our lots vary in width from 45s to 55s, 110 feet deep to 115. Our average lot size is 5,546 square feet. Also, to have a different component, housing component, we do have duet lots, and that's what you see here in the pink. So these have 0 lot lines. They're in pods of 2. We have front load, and then we also have alley load. So we're providing a little bit of diversity as far as that street appeal. So you don't have so much garage orientation. Concerning the So that, I already went through that, sorry. I had a hearing last night. Here's a copy of the landscape plan. Just kind of shows you the collector. We have micropaths that go in both north and south, east and west through the project that lead directly to that elementary school site. When the 8-mile lateral is piped, we'll be building a multi-use pathway along the 8-mile lateral. It'll be part of the public pedestrian system. The collector roadway will have 10-foot sidewalks along both sides. And then we will have a detached sidewalk along, that'll be 10 feet along Ustick Road. Ustick Road is an entry corridor, so our buffer, it has to be at least 35 feet. The amenities within our site, we have a total of about 8.48 acres or 21.99% qualified open space. That does include our local street buffers. We will have a swimming pool facility with parking, 2 pickleball courts, 2 sports courts, picnic shelter, our 14-foot wide multi-use pathway along the 8-mile lateral, going along a north boundary, our east boundary, and then an internal extensive pathway network, like I said, leading north and south within the development. This kind of gives you an idea of what those duets will look like. This would be the alley load. These would be those that front on the public street. Same here, alley load, and then this would be the orientation on the public street. We have the Breyer collection. These were on like the 45-foot wide lots, 2-car garage, different styles, the modern style, the cottage style, the prairie style, the farmhouse style, different roof lines, extensive modulation in that front elevation and the roof line to give it character and appeal. Here's one of the more modern ones. As far as transportation and utilities, currently there is a 12-inch water main in Ustick Road that was taken out to Owyhee High School. We will be connecting to that. We're in pressure zone 1. We'll also connect with the stub street to the 8-inch that is in the subdivision to the east of us. As far as the sewer is concerned, the sewer is up north in McDermott Road, just south of the McFadden Drain. That's a 30-inch sewer. It's 30 feet deep. The plans have been drawn up by JUB. There's going to be 5,469 linear feet of 30-inch sewer that will have to be extended south in McDermott Road. Then 4,081 linear feet of 10-inch in Ustick, and then an additional 1,566 feet of 8-inch to serve this property. My clients have been working with the Public Works Department, the city engineer, the city attorney on a cooperative agreement based on your CIP. It is not intended that you guys would extend that 30-inch trunk until 2028. What we're looking for is obviously an agreement where we would share that cost for the 30-inch only. And we would enter into that agreement, which would obviously save the city of Meridian a considerable amount of money. And we were also facing a deadline because Ada County Highway District has Ustick scheduled to be upgraded to 5 lanes in 2027. And that is from Black Cat to Owyhee Storm. So obviously we want to get sewer in these roadways prior to improvements and widening, because doing it after the fact is always extremely more costly and is not very, it upsets the public when they see us, a brand new street, and then here within a year, we're out cutting it up, tearing it up, closing it again. So it doesn't go over well. This particular project is multi-phased. So it'll be done over a series of, a few years. Yep, I'll wrap it up. I think as far as the qualified amenities that we're proposing, we're required to have 8. We have 29. As far as the open space, we have 21%, over 21% of qualified open space. And I think we're required to have 15. So this project we feel is a good fit, meets the comprehensive plan, and it also matches up with the master street map providing for the collector roadway. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Becky, just while this slide is up, as you talked about connecting to the east, and I think that's Alderstone that would be connected.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to lose that one lot? It doesn't look like it totally matches up with Alderstone the way this picture depicts it.
So it's kind of confusing. The landscape architect did not update the colored plan, but we did update the preliminary plat and the landscape plan. So what we did is we eliminated the common drive, reduced the project by 2 lots, and then we show that public street extending to the eastern boundary to connect to Alderstone.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Apologies if you covered this and I missed it. 6 phases. Can you kind of walk me through kind of where each phase sits and how many phases you're anticipating doing a year?
So obviously we would start in the south. We're going to need to build the collector. Our central amenity is right here. And so phase 1 includes the central amenity and the collector roadway and up into this area here. Then phase 2 would be to the east, pulling in these duets and the alley load. And then phase 3 is in the midsection. Phase 4 is in the northeast corner. Phase 5 is in the northwest corner. And the very last phase is the Rambo Trust property right.
Mr. Mayor, maybe quick follow-up. Start to finish, how many years are you anticipating?
Typically, we'll build between 1 and 2 phases a year, depending on market conditions. It just depends on, what our clients want. As a lot of times we'll have one phase paved, then we'll start the next one, but it really doesn't get paved till the next year. So, typically we're seeing a phase come on per year. As far as what we've talked about with the off-site improvements that are required for the sewer, also we have that ACHD, that 5 lanes. We obviously want U-Stick to be upgraded to 5 lanes to handle the additional traffic. We don't anticipate homes going in until after that ACHD improvement takes place for this particular parcel.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I want to talk a little bit about the cooperative agreement. I have a unique thing for us to consider there. There's some things about it that I think are intriguing and certainly some benefits to the city financially and timing. But, it seems kind of complex. And we did have a presentation on this and we were able to dive into it a little bit, and there were certainly a lot of questions from council. Couple of questions I have, and I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the general philosophy and arguments behind it. I don't have a lot of clarity in the details, but I understand you're working on the details with our city staff. One of the things that kind of stood out to me was, and I want to articulate how I'm understanding it to make sure I'm not misunderstanding anything, but your client would pay to put it in and then be repaid by the city in line with our CIP plan with when we were proposing to build that. So it will not be, it'll be paid back to you over how we've already budgeted with our long-term planning.
That is my understanding, sir.
Seems to me it would seem risky in some ways to take that risk on as your client to say, we're gonna put this in, because there's nothing we can do today that can bind a future city council. I think that's one of the clauses that would be included, is you can't do that. This is seems like an old fashioned handshake agreement, but there's nothing binding on the city in that regard. And I'm not indicating or suggesting that the city would renege on any of our commitments to do that. But is that, I'd be curious how your client would be comfortable with that arrangement. Is this something that they've done in other locations? Is this a first of kind for them, or is this something that they've done and they feel comfortable with that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, my understanding is my clients have entered into cooperative agreements before with municipalities. So they are fully aware of the legal ramifications and the fact that, you know, one council can't, bind another council. I don't see this as any different than the cooperative agreements that we do all the time with Ada County Highway District, which are very similar. They may have something in their CIP, and we come in with a very large development. So obviously they want to accelerate those improvements, but they haven't budgeted them. And so we basically play the banker. We install those improvements as the private sector, which typically we can do cheaper than the public sector under the public bidding process. That's, you know, where the city or highway district does, it's more rigorous. And I've never had one of those fail. I mean, they've always been a win-win for both parties. And so that's kind of how those cooperative agreements work. If it saves the city money, the highway district money, just like the highway district has instituted a condition that they don't want us to go in and do a temporary widening of U-stick like they would normally have us do. They want us to trust fund for the improvements that they're going to install in 2027. So those dollars aren't wasted. So, you know, it's not as uncommon as you might think.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
You made a statement that your client could do it cheaper because of the bidding process. Maybe this might be as much a question for Warren. My understanding is that they would still be required to follow the same procurement process that the city is if we're to enter into that. Does that include the bidding process? Is that, and maybe Warren, if you could clarify that from the city's perspective, I'd like to shed some light on that.
Mayor, members of the council, yes, the draft agreement that we currently have stipulates that they have to meet all state rules with regards to public bidding process. So yes, they'll have to bid it consistent with the public bidding process in order for the city to be able to reimburse them.
So if I may, a quick follow-up, maybe getting to the weeds a little bit on the financing, but if you have to follow the same kind of bidding process the city, how does that make it so that your client can do it cheaper?
So my husband was a contractor, he's retired. Anytime they bid any public project, they typically bid higher than they would the private sector. Because my clients work with contractors on multiple projects in multiple jurisdictions, so they have rapports with them. So I hate to say it, but if Ada County Highway District bids it, or the city of Boise, or the city of Meridian, you guys are getting a higher bid than we would. And that's just kind of the way it's always been in the 35 years I've done this. I mean, it's the same like when we've developed city of Meridian neighborhood parks. We could do it cheaper than the Parks Department if they bid it. It's just kind of the way the world works. They pad it for more administrative hoops, more inspections, more coordination if they're working with public entities.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I have a question for Warren. It's an interesting point about U-stick being widened and that upgrading being scheduled. If we took this application, this cooperative agreement, all of that out of the mix, okay, knowing that we have that major road widening happening, would the Public Works Department normally work with ACHD to at least put that sewer pipe in the roadway during the construction process, knowing that that major widening is happening, similar to how we do that with other ACHD projects with like conduit and other utilities? Or would we take a different approach? I'm just curious, take this application out of the conversation, but just generally, what would our practice be with regard to a major road widening like that and then infrastructure?
So it's a fair question, and the answer is it depends entirely upon the infrastructure. If it's a piece of infrastructure that we would expect at some point in the future, it would be built by development, we wouldn't put it in. If it's a piece of infrastructure that for a variety of reasons, whether it was an infill piece where the opportunities for development to put that in are just not there, or if it's a piece of infrastructure that is so large that there's not going to be a single development that's going to be able to do that, we certainly would. But in this case, there is no plan for the city to build the infrastructure in U-stick Road.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark Graham signed up online.
Okay, so the next one, okay,
Mr. Mayor, there is a person attending online raising their hand.
yes, I just want to make sure we got anyone who signed up for, that was the only person who signed up?
That's correct.
Okay, then we have two people online that are raising their hand to provide testimony. If there's anybody that would like to provide, yeah, let's go online. They beat you to their hand raise, so we'll go to Cassie Dunn first.
Hi, hello.
Hello, if you can say your name now, just for the record, please.
I'm actually using my wife's computer, but my name is Christopher Espinoza, and I live at 3473 North Oakstone Avenue.
Go ahead. You'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay. My main concern is I do live in the Birchstone subdivision, just to the east of the proposed new subdivision. And I do know with newer subdivisions that have been added up and down Black Cat. And then in the area there was talk about the new elementary school that might be coming in, but the schools in West Ada are very overpopulated already. And there actually is, although this is zoned, this area for an elementary school, there actually isn't anything on the books, to my understanding, of it being built anytime soon. So my daughters both go to school here in the area, and they have already seen so much more growth and overpopulation in their schools, and the school districts themselves have changed in which school they were supposed to be going to. So I want to know how that's going to really affect the overpopulation in the schools, adding another 170 new homes right here.
Council, questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavan.
Chris, thanks for testifying this evening. I think schools continues to be a big challenge for our council as well. Do you mind letting us know what school your kids currently attend?
So my daughters actually attend Gem Prep Meridian North, which is it's right down the street, so it's not actually in their district. But my daughter originally went to Pleasant View, which is a new elementary school, newer, I guess. But and then just this last year, I guess they were supposed to be zoned to go now to Hunter, I believe. And then I believe before was supposed to be Ponderosa even. So this is like a third changing of districts just in the 5 years I've lived in this home.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavan.
Chris, I'll share. I'm sympathetic to that. I changed 3 different elementary schools as a kid without ever moving, and that can be certainly challenging for the education of our kiddos. The reason why I did ask is I know Hunter does have an enrollment cap. We have seen West Ada has not traditionally done enrollment caps, but are starting to do that, particularly in this part of Meridian, for those very issues, for those very reasons. So I appreciate you flagging that as an area of concern. It's one that I anticipate the applicant's going to touch on. I know certainly, I think for me and all of us on council, the impact of any type of annexation on our schools continues to be a top priority. So appreciate you flagging that this evening.
Thank you. Like I said, I did recognize that she mentioned the elementary school that is zoned for in between the 2 subdivisions. But like I said, I haven't actually heard of any development actually proposed yet. So if there, I would believe I do construction as well. So if I haven't even heard of a development in the process, I would believe that it's going to be I would just throw out a guess, a minimum of 5 years before a school is actually even there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, if you'd like to come forward. You need to say your name and address for the record.
My name's Ned Nickerson. I'm at 5189 West Alderstone Street. I actually came tonight. Thank you for hearing me, Mr. Mayor, Council. I came for information, and a whole lot of things came to light. The gentleman prior to me on the computer, he's correct. We've actually made those inquiries, and there's no plans at all to build that elementary school. That elementary school would actually be right across the street from where we live. So that's why we're questioning when that would happen. We're already dealing with 5 lanes on U-Stick, and I can understand physical responsibility to maybe cover up the irrigation canal, but don't really like it because it's kind of a quality of life issue for us. And I would actually take a little bit of exception that we throw our grass trimmings over the fence because we don't. But in any case, I can understand that and public walkways and all that. But I would ask the council, relative to where Alderstone ends and then the new subdivision would be coming in. And Mr. Whitlock, I believe you asked a question about the subdivision and then connecting with Alderstone. We've already got enough traffic and we're already being impacted with 5 lanes. I would just ask that you would not add the 2 together. Relative to whether a school goes in there, those residential streets don't support school buses and all that kind of stuff coming in there anyway. So in the event that we would be putting in that school, 5, 6, whatever it would be, the access to that would not be through our subdivision. It would be, I would assume, off of McDermott. Anyway, so yeah, I understand progress. We all do. We need more houses to build, for people. I get it, but we're being impacted quite a bit. And I would ask that we didn't push that street through. And, you got to cover up the irrigation canal. I'll deal with the teary lady behind us. But anyway, that's all I had to say, I think.
Council, any questions? All right, thank you. Next, we'll go online to M. Lewis.
Hey, good evening, Mike Lewis, 5343 West McMurtry Street in Jaden Village.
Good evening.
This started in 2022. You guys could go pull your emails, Mr. Mayor, Strader, Kavner, and the city attorney. When Engineering Solutions started this and they tried to use Juneteenth, the federal holiday, to send out their notice and give us less than the 5 days. And she told me that I was wrong, and she's been doing this for 30 plus years. And the city attorney had to get involved and tell her that she was wrong and that they needed to set another meeting because it didn't meet the qualifications. Back in 2022, they proposed 135 homes. Now they're proposing 172. And your next line item, if I may, they're going to add 500 and something homes. So it's truly 700 and something homes to USTIC, which is overloaded. I can barely get out of the subdivision during the school time. There should be no cost sharing with Toll Brothers. If they want to put in a subdivision, they should put in their own sewer. It shouldn't cost us taxpayers. There should be no subdivisions in this area until the road is upgraded because it's a nightmare. As Miss McKay alluded to, she's happy, just as I am, for the public safety, but maybe Toll Brothers wants to donate some money since we can't do impact fees for fire and police. Maybe they can donate some money to the city of Meridian for fire, police, and schools because the schools are overloaded. The homes that they currently own and trying to get annexed are run down and in horrible condition on the south side of USTIC. Back to the 2022 of trying to trick us. And if they were good community neighbors, they would send it out more than the city requirement of 500 feet from the affected area. And they would send it to the entire neighborhood instead of us having to go to our neighbors and tell them that we got a letter that they planned on doing a subdivision. So it's not just 172 because the next line item is them as well. And with that, I'll take questions or close it, but I don't think you guys should approve it. They're not good community neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item, either online or in the room? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions. As far as that elementary school within the Birchstone subdivision, I did talk with West Ada about that school. They did indicate that it is not on their target list as a priority school. They were at the time having an independent company evaluate the entire district and kind of rank all of these vacant school sites that they have based on growth trends so that West Ada could kind of get an overall plan of when they're going to build these schools and at what point are they going to need these schools to be constructed on these vacant sites. As far as, you know, school capacity in the multiple meetings I've had with the district, you know, they've indicated that the private schools, the charter schools, they're kind of bleeding off quite a few of the elementary kids from West Ada. And one of their concerns they voiced to me was that we don't want to just become a middle school, high school district. And because that's where, based on the people moving in from other areas, their kids are typically in middle school or high school. And so they're, they're seeing those kids come into the system at that point. So I have always worked closely with West Data, you know, providing them donated sites within our larger projects and helping facilitate getting new schools and improving the pedestrian vehicular access to these schools. Obviously, until the rooftops go up, you don't see the schools go up. That's just the way it works. The infrastructure doesn't happen until there is a demand. As far as U-Stick Road, we all know that U-Stick Road is over capacity. The plans, you know, they're starting, I think, clear over on 10 Mile. And this year they're going to be building at 5 lanes. So they're doing kind of a mile a year. And then Nampa's going to take U-Stick from a Waihee storm and go 5 lanes to the west into their city limits. So there's kind of a cooperation between the city of Nampa, ACHD, to get that whole U-Stick corridor improved. Secondly, we've got Highway 16. Highway 16 is an expressway. It's going to change the traffic patterns in this whole Meridian community because you will be able to go from north to south or vice versa in a far shorter time than we can now down 10 Mile or down Eagle Road or Linder. And that's going to be a major interchange. So this area obviously is a prime growth area based on the fact that Highway 16 and that interchange is going to allow a lot different access than Meridian has seen in the past. We've seen phase 1 down in Star, just between State and Chinden, and that has really changed the driving patterns in that area, and we're going to see the same here. Obviously, we want to put the populations where they have multiple means of access to get on the interstate, get on an expressway, so not everyone is on the section line roads. The people that live in these existing subdivisions will have the advantage of utilizing that interchange, utilizing that expressway. So things are changing. As far as the neighborhood notice, we've had 3 neighborhood meetings on this particular project. Back in 2022, we sent out the neighborhood notice, and for some reason, the post office didn't deliver them until just a handful of days before the meeting. And Mr. Neri was contacted. He contacted me and said, as far as we're concerned, even though the code doesn't really specify, you should have your neighborhood notice in that homeowner's hands at least 5 days prior to that meeting. So from then on, knowing that we did see delays at the post office, we started sending them out early. The last meeting that I had for this particular application prior to this submittal, our 3rd meeting, was held here at City Hall. We sent that neighborhood notice out well over 10 days in advance to make sure everybody had an opportunity. This is a good project with these smaller lots and the product that they're proposing. Their target is what they call kind of active adult. Active adult are typically people who are empty nesters or single people that, you know, they have want smaller yards, not the big house with 5 kids. This is not the project that you see large families moving into, just by the size of the lots, the type of homes that we showed you. I think this is a good project. The burden is obviously on my clients to perform. And in Sonia's staff report, there's a provision that says if my clients do not sign that cooperative agreement within 6 months of you guys approving the findings, that then the annexation becomes null and void. So the risk to the city is zero if my clients decide to not proceed. I asked the council to, look at the project on its merits. It's a great project with lots of open space, lots of amenities, lots of pathways. We're going to have a great project. And as far as that Alderstone connection, Ada County Highway District did not require that we make that connection. The city of Meridian required that we make that public connection. And I think when that school is constructed, those people will be glad that there is an alternative access for the school and the buses to go out to our collector roadway. Because right now, the only access to that school is Alderstone, one local street. And an elementary school during peak time will generate 2,000 vehicle trips a day. That's a collector. So I think they're kind of short-sighted in not wanting that connection. I asked the council to support the project and help us kind of get this area moving along before we get shut out by the roadway improvements that we know are looming. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor?
one kind of clarifying question going back to the cooperative agreements. I'm under the impression from previous discussions we've had with staff that your client would cover about half of the cost of the infrastructure with the sewer. Is that your client's understanding? Am I kind of tracking correctly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, you're correct. My understanding is that we will be responsible for 50% of that 30-inch sewer, and it's 30 feet deep. And that is very unusual that a developer builds that large of a sewer trunk that deep. So that's why this one is, I think, as Warren indicated, when you had the meeting on that sewer extension, that to put that burden upon a developer is pretty extensive. I don't think like the 36-inch trunk, the South Black Cat trunk that you took across the interstate, that was solely on the city. No developer had the ability, the funding, project big enough to pull that 36-inch trunk, bore the interstate, and get it to the South Meridian. And we waited years for that project because it was so expensive. So here we have the opportunity to work together so that the burden is not solely on the city, nor is the burden solely on us. And I think Warren's put provisions in that draft agreement to protect the city in the event that there are any change orders and so forth, that the city would know exactly what their proportionate share would be.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh?
one maybe quick question. I think in the remote testimony, it was indicated, and maybe I misheard, or maybe the person who's providing testimony was misinformed, that some element of this project is exempt from impact fees. Did I miss something?
No, sir.
Okay, I want to make sure.
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, we have to trust fund for our U-stick improvements.
Yep.
Construct the sidewalk, the 10-foot wide detached sidewalk, and then trust fund for those improvements for the highway district. In addition, we still have to pay our ACHD impact fees.
As well as the impact fees to the city for police, fire, and parks.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
So that's what I believe to be.
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted.
Yes, sir.
That question came up. I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. Right.
No.
Thank you.
Council, additional questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
A question for Warren really quick. We had some discussion about getting some visibility on this agreement. As far as I understand, I don't think you've sent that yet, or I'm not sure that we were planning to, but that's, in your opinion, are you guys 80% of the way there in terms of some basics that you're agreeing on? Obviously contingent on what happens tonight will spur further discussion, but can you just talk a little bit about where the status of that and at what point would the city council potentially see that? I think that would be something that would be very helpful for us to at least get some more visibility into what that agreement looks like.
Yeah, so I think we did talk the last time we met and had a conversation about that. And I really couldn't transmit that until this hearing tonight because it's related to the hearing. We do have a draft agreement that I think both sides are pretty close. I would say that agreement's probably 85, 90% at least. But it doesn't have any of the dollars in it. Obviously, this was a chicken and the egg kind of a deal. We can't get the agreement to its final form until we have the information regarding the cost of the project. And they aren't going to move forward getting a bid for that work until they know whether or not they have entitlements that even gives them a project. So if you make a determination to provide them with an approval tonight, we would then, I assume, work rather quickly because they only have 6 months to get that agreement finalized. Obviously, that final agreement has to come to the city council for approval. And if you wanted additional terms and conditions in it, you certainly have that right, I think, to make those at that time. If you want a draft agreement, I would defer maybe to Bill just for confirmation, but I think we could, now that we're at this point where we've had the hearing, we could get a draft of that to you so you could take a look at that.
And maybe just for one more clarification, just so this is my understanding, but I have not seen any agreement, but this is just for the trunk line along McDermott, not for the improvements along Ustick Road.
Mayor, that is correct. This is just for the half a mile of 30-inch trunk sewer in McDermott.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm happy to share my thoughts. For me, this is a philosophical issue. I think others may have a very different take on it. I do appreciate the applicant's generous offer to help pay for city infrastructure. Sewer is the main driver, in my opinion, of our critical infrastructure and determines our priority growth areas. Sewer is by far the most expensive infrastructure that we put in. And I think it's important for us to adhere to our long-term planning and our long-term timelines as a city. We have a lot of acute challenges around traffic, school overcrowding, and keeping up with growth. Currently, we're planning to extend sewer in 2028, but that could change. I think it's important to acknowledge that. I feel like this gets the ball rolling in a way that locks us into doing something, certainly would save us money, but my issue with it is that it also accelerates additional operating costs. With the passage of the 389 bill by the Idaho legislature, now we do not get the full value of new construction. And so I feel like the additional operating costs that come with development are being borne by our existing taxpayers. And the issue I have with it is that I think Mr. Lewis makes a good point, which is that while development pays impact fees, which is incredibly valuable and incredibly important, and we appreciate, it does not pay for police officers' salaries, for firefighters' salaries, et cetera. And we get additional taxpayers, certainly helps in a way, but does not directly contribute to some of the most acute challenges that we're facing. it's a challenge. It's very tempting to, I think, to try to work with a developer on this, but from my perspective, I cannot justify it because I feel like accelerating development here is a mistake in the city's current financial situation. Right now, we have a lot of pressure around our operating costs, and I think we need to be very disciplined about where we grow. And to me, this is not a priority growth area at this time.
Council, do we need to take a little break before we move forward at this point in time? I am going to take a break after this, one way or the other. So it's either we can take one now while you deliberate your next steps, or we can finish this one out and take a recess. So
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I'd
Cavanagh.
like to at least bring this action item to a close before we take a break, so. No, any of us are listening to Councilmember Strader, but also kind of going through our notes. I know at least that's. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to weigh in a little bit because I do have a slightly different perspective than my good colleague here. And I know some members of council really got behind the idea of priority growth areas. Some of us weren't on the council when that happened. I wasn't one that rallied behind that perspective. I believe in allowing the market to kind of request where it makes sense and council making these decisions as they are presented. I touched on this earlier for those that were in attendance. Schools and roads continue to be my biggest area of focus anytime I look at an annexation. And for those of you, we don't expect you to follow our city council meetings every week, but certainly the topic of the slowing of growth in West Ada continues to be something this council discusses with each annexation. We have less incoming kindergartners than we have incoming fifth graders. We have less fifth graders than we have eighth graders, less eighth graders than we have seniors. So we are seeing a slowing of student generation within West Ada. I really want to commend West Ada for doing a better job of really responding to the growth by putting enrollment caps and going through the very challenging process of redistricting. I feel satisfied that the pace of this particular project would coalesce with what we continue to see as a decrease in enrollment in West Ada. And I have a son who graduated from West Ada. I have a son who's in a charter school. We recognize the benefits of both schools. To me, it really boils down to the roadway infrastructure, and I think the expansion along USTIC will satisfy along with the expansion of Highway 16. And so then next, I look at emergency services. And we have a new police station that we put in this area because we knew this was an area set for growth, as well as 2 fire stations that are in close proximity to meet the demand. So I think this council has been really selective about the annexations. And I think this council, the last 2-3 years, have been really, really selective about annexations. This one, and certainly the action item that follows, is a lot of residential housing. And I think that all of us as council just need to ultimately make the decision about, is this the right type of housing that we would want to see? And does the phasing of this housing meet what we anticipate is what our infrastructure can handle over the next few years? I feel confident we have invested a lot in this area with fire protection and police protection to meet what this part of Meridian will look like. And I at least appreciate that there is a growing taxpayer base to cover the cost, which I think Councilmember Strader, my good colleague, is voicing some good concern about. We took a public hearing tonight about being able to provide police and fire services to all of Meridian. We've invested in the big infrastructure in this area and being able to have the residential base to help support growing officers in this area, I think will meet the needs. So I don't share the same concern. One of the things I value about this process is that we listen to the public, we listen to each other before we render a decision, and I appreciate my good colleagues' comments, and I'm interested in hearing from the rest of you on kind of your thoughts and opinions as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'll go ahead and jump in. If I have computer issues, please let me know, raise your hand. But I have to concur with a lot of what Council President Cavanagh said. I think as a city, we've laid a lot of positive groundwork in this area with the brand new police substation and the fire station hosted on the same site, with the build out of U-Stick Road to 5 lanes, not to mention the fact that we're going to have that full interchange on the limited access Highway 16 opening up as well. We've been laying the groundwork for this type of growth for years. And I think now what we're seeing is those developments come forward, as I think we knew they would be. The fact that we have an agreement to do a shared cost is, I think, a fantastic opportunity for the city to save an awful lot of money and be able to move ahead with this project 2 to 3 years ahead of schedule of when we would do it normally. So I do support it. I think it's the right project. And I got to tell you one other thing. And what I was most scared about is what we've seen, thousands of requested across our city was more multifamily, less affordable housing units. And what I'm seeing here is single family residences, which really make me happy that that's what we're moving forward with in this part of the city. And we're seeing growth rates at under 5 units per acre, which also I think is fantastic because we've seen some developments with much higher units per acre. So there's a lot for me anyway to like with this development, where it's at and the timing of where it's at as we move forward as a city. So I'll be supporting it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just weigh in a little bit as well. As the applicant was going through and showing some of the schematics and the drawings of the proposed developments, I noticed all of the bedrooms. There were 2 bedrooms, 2 3-bedrooms. Some were 3 to 5 bedrooms on the larger lots. And so to me, that says this is probably not going to be a typical development where a lot of families move in with lots of kids and overrun the schools. And so that alleviated some of the concerns just with the type of properties that will be built here. I like the idea of taking advantage of cost sharing with the developer on a very significant infrastructure investment for this part of the community. It will happen at some point, whether it's now or whether it's 2028 or whether that needs to be delayed. It's going to happen at some point. And if it happens and a developer is able to absorb half of the costs that normally the city would bear, I'm supportive of that as well. So I wish we were taking both of these applications together. We're not. We'll address the next one separately. But for this particular one, I think the units per acre, I think the size of the homes, the number of bedrooms will attract people who, like I said, are not going to overrun the other infrastructure in the community, such as schools. I think it will house people who probably are not going to be heading out to work at the same time everybody's going to school as well. So I see some positives to this subdivision, and am generally supportive of the development as well as the cooperative agreement and moving forward on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I agree a lot with what Councilwoman Strader said about making sure that our infrastructure is appropriate when we're annexing something of significance. I also think that some of the comments and points made about the roadway planning and what's already out there is pretty valid. It does seem that with the efforts on USTIC, Highway 16, and Highway 16, I think, is going to very much change a lot of our traffic patterns. One thing I hadn't actually thought of until Councilman Cavanagh brought it up was the fact that just very closely we have a new fire station, a new police station. We do actually have a lot of the infrastructure we have minus the sewer, which is where my mind has been a lot on this cooperative agreement. As I see it, this is an opportunity for us to get some significant value for taxpayers and actually work on some of the other infrastructure projects that we have, because it should free up some money and a little bit more of a time frame where we can make some of those investments. It is, to me, I'm, I guess, interested in how this cooperative agreement will go. I think that's key to all of this, and obviously a lot of work has to be done if this entitlement is approved tonight, and that agreement then needs to be entered into. So I'm particularly interested in the details of that agreement, what that looks like, and that the city is protected, the taxpayers are protected, but also want to make sure that it's something that works for the applicant as well. I mean, I think we try to have good, meaningful partnerships with our development community, because they are the ones that build this beautiful city we like to call home, putting a lot of capital on the line, and the fact that they're willing to put in millions of dollars worth of infrastructure for us is something I think that is of value. When it comes to the schooling, I mean, I have 4 kids in West Ada schools, so I understand very personally some of these the arguments that are made. But Councilman Cavanagh is right. As we look at the trends, it's not going dramatically up, and we're also seeing a trend that is picking up, which is diversity of schooling options in the state of Idaho. And many people are choosing a lot of these different options for their kids, which I think is great. I think it's something that's celebrated, but West Ada has been a very good partner in planning and what they've done. So I have a lot of confidence that this can be navigated. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, but it can still be navigated. So I do think the infrastructure that we want to see is in place, more so than in a lot of other annexation requests that I've seen previously with the road network and the public services. So again, my mind is really focused on what this cooperative agreement looks like, and I have a lot of faith that our city staff will make sure that the city is protected and that it's done the right way, and that this project will ultimately hinge on whether or not that agreement can be signed in time. And so I just encourage the applicant to work very openly and honestly and quickly with the city staff on coming to an agreement on that. I'll support this application tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate my good colleagues' comments, and annexation is always the time that we need to take that extra pause, because we only have one opportunity to do an annexation. And so I've been sitting here making lots of notes and going back and forth, because I think this project has a lot of benefits. I have been very concerned about, the city budget, as we all have, with where operating costs will come from. And so I think there's some validity there, but I think overall the savings that the city will make with the developer paying half covers that. I know it's not necessarily out of the same pot, but yet I think overall it has a benefit to it that's greater than the operating costs. And so just going back and forth over everything, the benefits versus not, as far as this project as a whole, I will be supporting it.
Okay. Yeah, I know we all know the difference, but for those out there, I try to use the word ratepayer when we talk about the water and sewer versus the taxpayer, which goes to the general fund. We all pay into the water sewer. So those costs, that's where these costs will be borne or saved, is there long-term, for those trying to learn about government at home, as the case may be. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second?
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
we'll make a motion that after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2024-0069 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date July 8th, 2025, and of particular notice that within 6 months that the city and the applicant agree to a cooperative agreement and sign the cooperative agreement.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item H 2024-0069. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Shader.
just a quick one, which is sometimes we don't see it the same way, and that's okay. I do value all of your perspectives. I love hearing how you look at it. I think we just look at it a little bit differently, but just wanted to say I appreciate hearing from all of you, and I will still be voting no, though. Thanks.
With that, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
No.
Whitlock.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 nay, and the item is agreed to. Council, let's take a quick 5-minute, Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe just a quick note before we go, because I know our neighbors have sat with us through a very lengthy meeting tonight. On occasion, the council likes to refrain from making decisions after 10 o'clock PM. We find that we get a little rummy, things get clunky. I know all of you are looking for a clear-headed resolution. I just think it's important, even if we go past 10 o'clock, it is very much our intention. We want to hear from everybody that's here to testify. We appreciate you sticking with us very lengthy into the evening, and just want to let you know, just kind of forecasting, even though we're going to take a break, we will make sure that we have provided ample time to hear from all of you. Although, just depending on how everyone is feeling, we may continue this item before we would make a decision. That'll be for discussion at a later point in time. Just wanted to forecast for our neighbors who are here tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy that we go take a recess for,
If I'd like to be back by no later than 9:30, but as quick as people can reassemble.
Perfect.
After you stretch your legs, take care of any business you need to. right, with that, we'll go and come back from recess and we will open item 22, which is a public hearing for Dayspring subdivision, H 2024-0070. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 143.09 acres of land. It's owned RUT in Ada County and is located on the south side of West Ustick Road, a quarter-mile east of North McDermott Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for the property is mixed-use community, which is 22.27 acres on the northeastern portion of the property. And that's that center map here. You can see that's that brown area on the map. Medium density residential, which is the yellow area, and that's 120.82 acres on the southwest portion. A future school site is also designated along the eastern boundary of the site. The applicant is requesting annexation of 143.09 acres of land with R4 zoning, which consists of 32.64 acres of the site, R8 zoning, which consists of 77.76 acres of the site, TNR zoning, which is 25.29 acres, and CN, which is 7.4 acres, for the development of 517 residential dwelling units consisting of a mix of single-family residential detached homes and townhomes and commercial uses. The proposed mix of uses and densities are consistent with that desired in the underlying future land use map designations for the site. West Ada School District submitted comments stating a school is not needed in the area designated for such on the future land use map. A preliminary plat is proposed as shown there on the left, consisting of 531 building lots. 517 of those are residential and 14 commercial, and 78 common lots on 143.09 acres of land in the R4, R8, TNR, and CN zoning districts. The average residential lot size for the proposed development is 6,544 square feet with a minimum lot size of 1,800 square feet and a maximum lot size of 20,064 square feet. The proposed commercial lots have an average size of 14,375 square feet. A phasing plan was submitted that shows 13 phases of development. Access is proposed via one collector street at the northeast corner of the site from West Ustick Road, which extends to the south and west boundaries of the site in accord with the master street map. And that is this, if you can see my pointer here, this street here curves down to the west and then also down to the south. 4 existing stub streets at the eastern boundary of the property will also provide access and be extended with development. Stub streets are proposed to adjacent parcels to the east, west, and south for future extension and interconnectivity as shown on the plat. A backage road is proposed along West Ustick Road with the first phase of development, which will provide a connection between the entry road and the McDermott Road bypass and provide access to the commercial lots. The McDermott Road bypass has been constructed adjacent to this site to the west and is currently under the jurisdiction of ITD, but is anticipated to be transferred to ACHD in the future. Staff is recommending West McMurtry Street, and that is the backage road there along the commercial property, is extended off-site to the west and connects to the McDermott Road bypass with approval from ITD. If approval cannot be obtained from ITD, the street should be extended once under the jurisdiction of ACHD. A 35-foot wide street buffer is required along Ustick Road, designated as an entryway corridor. A 20-foot wide street buffer is required along all collector streets, landscaped in accord with UDC standards. Qualified open space and sign amenities are proposed in excess of the minimum standards. A minimum of 19.38 acres is required. 31.72 acres, or 22.9% of the site, is proposed. A minimum of 29 site amenity points are required. A total of 55 points are provided as follows. From the quality of life category, a picnic area on a site 5,000 square feet or greater in size, a dog park and 6 dog waste stations are proposed. From the recreation activity category, there are 2 paved sports courts for pickleball, 2 swimming pools, and a swimming pool changing facility and restrooms for each of those swimming pool areas. And from the pedestrian or bicycle circulation system category, multi-use pathways, and from the multimodal category, 2 enclosed bicycle storage areas at the pool house. A variety of conceptual building elevations were submitted for the single-family residential detached homes and townhomes that represent the quality of future homes planned in this development. I'll just let the applicant show you those. I think she's got it in her presentation a little better than we have it. Conceptual elevations were also submitted for the commercial structures that demonstrate a variety of different cohesive design themes for the entire development, consistent with the comprehensive plan for mixed-use designated areas. Water service is available at the site. Sewer service is not available, similar to the last project, and will need to be extended from its current location north of West Ustick Road and North McDermott Road, approximately 0.8 miles to the site. Approval of the subdivision sewer system is contingent upon the submittal and approval of plans to serve the proposed development. While the extension of sewer infrastructure in this area is included in a city project scheduled for 2028, the developer is seeking to partner with the city to accelerate the timeline contingent upon securing entitlements for the property. Because the city does not support annexing and entitling property for development without a timely plan to extend municipal services, staff recommends that approval of the project be contingent upon both the city's and the developer's mutual intent to enter into a cooperative agreement to extend sewer service to the property ahead of the city's scheduled infrastructure project. This agreement would be executed within 6 months of approval of the findings and prior to adoption of the annexation ordinance, which would formally incorporate the property into the city. In the absence of such an agreement, the property will not be annexed. The commission recommended approval of this project, and I'll go through a summary of the commission hearing. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, testified in favor. She's the applicant's representative. No one testified in opposition. Several folks commented, including Ryan Howell, Don LaFever, Rick Munn, Mark Graham, Tom Robinson, Corey Thacker, and Chantel Robinson. Written testimony was received from several folks. It is included in the public record. I won't go through all those. There is a lengthy list. Key issues are as follows. Safety concerns pertaining to an increase in traffic from the eastern accesses to the development through Trish's Crossing and Turnberry Crossing subdivisions, specifically around Seasons Park and in the area where children wait for the bus. Belief that the TIS, Traffic Impact Study, didn't fully reflect the possible traffic issues for the Autumn Fair and Turnberry subdivisions. Opinion that access to the site isn't sufficient to handle the number of lots proposed and needs to have a multi-lane roadway and roundabout at the Ustick intersection. Concerns pertaining to more people using Seasons Park and not enough parking as it is with people parking along adjacent streets. Concern pertaining to irrigation pressure and if it will go down with more users. Opinion that the density is too high and lot sizes aren't comparable with adjacent existing development. And request for right-of-way to be obtained for off-site extension of the Collector Street to Cherry Lane to better access for the site. Key issues of discussion by the commission. They were generally in favor of the proposed development and the design and the diversity proposed within it. Belief that development will occur slow enough for infrastructure to grow in this area over the next 15 years until full build out. The commission did not make any changes to the staff recommendation, and there are no other outstanding issues for council. Written testimony has been received since the commission hearing from David and Becky Carmack. They had concerns pertaining to the extension of the North Tricia Way stub streets at the east side of the subdivision with development and the additional traffic these accesses will create around Seasons Park. Safety concerns for children darting across the streets surrounding the park to cars parked on both sides of the street and the blind corner at the entry to the park that is a traffic hazard. They request traffic calming measures to be required for this area at both new access points that connect to Tricia's Way. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Stay with the applicant, like to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, business address 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I'm representing Toll Southwest and MFRE River Jordan Mink Ranch North on this particular project. As Sonia indicated, the property is approximately 143 acres. It's made up of 6 different parcels. There are like 4 or 5 homes, accessory buildings that are on the property. You can see the property right. So the property is located right here, and then it comes down and goes over. So it's adjacent to existing single-family residential development. The Sky Pilot drain comes in at the northeast corner and crosses Ustick Road. And then we have the Safford lateral that comes along, and it's open and cuts right through the middle of the subject property. As far as the surrounding uses that we have, to the east, we have Trish's Crossing, which is R4. We have Turnberry number 2, which is R8 and R4. Burlingame is on our southeast corner, and that's R8. This triangular parcel that is located right here is owned by Endurance Holdings. That is zoned for multifamily. Then this other triangular parcel is owned by a church, and they have that designated for commercial use. Here's a larger vicinity map. So you can see this is a logical, obviously, a logical growth pattern is taking place here based on existing residences within this particular area. In your comprehensive plan, majority of the property, about 84% of it is designated medium density residential. Along the Ustick corridor, there is an area that is mixed use community. And it kind of comes through property kind of in a half moon. There, woo. So this is what your comprehensive plan shows for the mixed use community. You can see that there in the beige color. So in compliance with the comprehensive plan, we have a commercial node, which would be neighborhood compatible commercial retail office. The buildings are oriented along Ustick Road with a 10-foot detached sidewalk. They take access internally on what we consider like a backage commercial roadway that connects to Dayspring Way, our collector street, and then that collector will come over and intersects with the McDermott bypass. And then there will be a signalized, or there is a signalized intersection at McDermott bypass and Ustick Road. We transition, we have plazas, pedestrian interconnectivity to make this a walkable area. And then we have a little plaza area here and open space. So people could go to the sandwich shop, walk down here to an open space area and eat their sandwich. Then we kind of transition to some townhomes that access via an alley. Some also have frontage on a mew. And so this is the higher density that is within that mixed use community, because we have to have a variety of uses under the comprehensive plan. So we have to have a commercial component. We have to have different residential components. We also have to have a public component. Our public component is right here. This is an 18 stall parking lot for park and ride, also a dog park. And so the parcel that is on our east, that's going to develop as multifamily, we have pathways that will interconnect with them so that those residents from that multifamily project could utilize this park and ride. As you can see, the different colors represent different lot sizes. We have a variety of lot sizes within the project to obviously meet the differing needs of future Meridian residents or existing Meridian residents that want to live in this area. The blue lots are obviously our larger lots. As the project moves south, our density decreases and our lot sizes increase. So we have 517 residential lots, 14 commercial lots, 6 common drives, and 72 common lots. The density in this project is less than the Spring Day project to the north. This is 3.73 dwelling units per acre. As far as the amenities, we have a total of 31.72 acres or 22.91% open space. We'll have 2 swimming pool facilities, one in the north with parking and one in the south, 2 pickleball courts, picnic shelters, tot lot, playground equipment, our Valley Transit park and ride area, our dog park, and an extensive pathway system. This kind of is a blow up of that commercial area. You can see how those buildings, the staff has included a condition of approval indicating that the aesthetics along that U-stick corridor, there should be modulation and meet the design guideline standards to keep this U-stick corridor with an aesthetically pleasing theme. The collector roadway, based on the master street map, is supposed to come from, which we call Day Spring Way, will come from south from U-Stick Road. Then the master street map has the collector roadway stubbing to the west for future interconnectivity. And then that collector roadway also has to extend south for future connection all the way down to Cherry Lane. So we are building extensive collectors within this development. You can see in this southern portion, here's the central amenity located right here. This kind of gives you an overview of one of the central amenities. So we'll have a large pool facility, plenty of open space, parking areas, changing rooms. And then we'll have playground equipment, picnic shelters, so pickleball courts. We're trying to offer as many amenities as possible. As Sonia indicated, we're almost twice the amenity points that are required for a project of this size. Oops, there's the pickleball courts. There's the overview. You can see that that's one of the tot lots there. I put this slide in to show the council that we do have the off-site sewer plans for both the 30-inch, the 10-inch, and the 8-inch completed. They were completed in 2025, and Brad Watson did the design. So these plans are completed and ready for submittal to Public Works for their review and for bidding purposes. This kind of gives you an idea of what the townhomes would look like. So we're going to have a variety of looks where we have some are on a mew and an alley, and then some of them face the street. They have a lot of modulation in the front, different materials, obviously to help with that visual interest and meet the architectural standards of the city of Meridian. These are some of the single families that will be located on the alleys. Some are a little larger, and then some of the lots are smaller. This is a single family alley load. These are the front loads We do not have any private roads in here. We do have some private alleys and that's based on ACHD will not allow us to have a MU and a public alley. We must have frontage on a public street, then we can do an alley. So we do have some private alleys. This kind of gives you an idea of the cottages, the farmhouse, the modern styles. You know, obviously they'll be of exceptional quality as has been demonstrated in the city of Meridian with other Toll Brothers developments that we have in the city. Staff asked me to go and give them some examples. I don't know what the commercial is going to look like because we don't know who our users are. But what we do want it to be residential compatible, meet all our design standards. So I went out and I took a few pictures out at Bridge Tower and took some pictures at some other developments, the newer one over off of Pine to kind of show how they integrate these different users. They make the buildings, have stone, different exterior materials. You might have a standard dentist-like building that's more traditional. And then this is over off the new development off Pine. We go over there to Marie Callender's and eat sometimes. It's by my office. So, they have a lot of visual interest, different users, leasing different spaces. So I think, based on what we're seeing in Meridian, in the neighborhood commercial that's successful, this is the type of development that's taking place. We're asking for a diversity of zones based on obviously our lot sizes. As I indicated, we're asking for an R4, so about 32.64 acres of R4, 77 acres of R8, 25 acres of TNR, traditional neighborhood residential, and then 7.5 acres of your CN or commercial neighborhood or neighborhood business district. So we have a variety of zones to obviously facilitate diversity in this project. And one of the big things with these larger projects, like Bridge Tower, for example, that I did years ago, we wanted to appeal to different people, different economic status, different lifestyles. The projects that were successful during the recession were those projects that had that type of diversity in it. They had a commercial component, they had a neighborhood component, they had a sense of community with all of their amenities. And this particular development incorporates all of those elements. We're going to have some of our lots range from 1,800 to 3,168 square feet. And those are like the townhomes. Then we have some detached single families that are like 3,788 to 3,861, where that's kind of like that active adult where they want a smaller lot. They don't want to take care of a big yard. And then we have lots widths of 55, 65, 75, 85 to 90, 94, and all the way up to 120. One of the things that I did with this project, the neighbors in the adjacent development here wanted me to match their property lines, which we did. I matched them property line for property line, made these lots deeper so that they would be compatible. There's a stub street here that goes into this development. One of the concerns was, are people going to come into our neighborhood? If they do, can you do some traffic calming? So my suggestion is we put an island there so it kind of chokes that traffic down. If they do go into this neighborhood, this is Seasons Park. But how we've designed this is we've tried to push all of our traffic out to our collector roadways. And so if you look at the different layouts, you can see that here's a stub street and this is kind of a circuitous way. So we don't want people feeding out in this direction. It's a large project, but we've worked tirelessly to make sure that it checks all the boxes and it meets your comp plan. And we feel that it's an excellent development, 13 phases. Obviously, it's going to take years to build this out. But it is integral part of Toll Brothers' plan for this area. And we believe that it makes sense in this location. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
it's probably a pretty simple question. With respect to your phasing plan, obviously 13 phases, 1 to 2, maybe a year, depending on market conditions. We're talking about a pretty extended time frame, and I certainly think that a lot of things can happen in the market on that. I see that you're interested in having some flexibility to make some adjustments with maybe the number of lots or the phasing or kind of how you would roll this out, but you were asking for some, early building permits for some signs, model homes, amenities. I think I can understand why you would do that, but I think staff had indicated here in the report I'm looking at some hesitation to issue some building permits if a final plat hasn't been recorded. Are you okay with that? I mean, I can understand some flexibility you would have in trying to anticipate some of the stuff and trying to kind of advertise, I guess, what you have, but could you comment on that, sort of what, accept that?
I'll have Martin address
Okay.
that because that was one of their desires.
Okay.
So, Martin Taylor, with Toll Brothers, 3103 West Sherrill Drive in Meridian. The request for early building permits comes down to requesting that we be able to build a model home or a monument, something that we typically can't build unless we get a building permit for it. And those won't be occupied. It's strictly for the purpose of showing people a model. The reason we ask for such a great number of them is because we like to build the amenities first. We like to build the monument sign first. And then we have 7 different product types for this community. This one's specifically 5, but Spring Day included, it would be more than that. So showing a townhome, showing an alley home, showing one of each of those size of homes, that was where we got the number 10, where we were looking to build the amenities, the pools, the signs, etc.
Okay.
We would, that's our preference. We would love to do that. We've been successful in getting that entitlement in other municipalities, but we understand that that's usually we have to work very closely with fire, make sure that we have all weather surfaces, we have the fire hydrants live. And so we don't cut corners on the safety of it. It's just trying to get the building permits to be able to be submitted to the building department. And then they can issue those building permits once fire is all signed off. Fire life safety is the biggest thing. And once that's done, usually we're about a month or 2 out from recording a plat. It's just trying to get ahead of it is all.
Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Councilman Taylor.
With the model homes, would they be in kind of the same location, or would you put them where you think you're going to be building them throughout the development?
Traditionally, we locate them around a main amenity or a park, and we locate them clustered together so that we can walk people from the sales center over to them. They are not spread out throughout the community. Typically, they are located within one of the earlier phases, traditionally phase 1.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, Becky. Madam Clerk, could we have signed up to testify?
Mr. Mayor, we have Mark Graham.
We just go ahead and wait till you get to the microphone, please. There you go.
I'm Mark Graham, 5088 West Tournament Drive in Meridian, down on the southern end or across from the southern end of the subdivision. At the planning and zoning meeting, I suggested requiring the developer to provide access via the collector street down to Cherry. And that would alleviate, in my mind, 80% or more of the concerns of homeowners in the adjacent subdivisions of traffic. And I'm guilty as charged before I say this. People go through the easiest route to get to where they want to go. And most of the shopping and whatnot is further, and doctor's offices and whatnot is, you go south to Cherry and then east. And so people will be driving through, Autumn Fair and our subdivision. And O'Connor Street and Charles Street will have a tremendous amount of traffic that would be alleviated if the city were to require a land swap or work with a developer to condemn property through Do Right Nursery to give that access to Cherry right off the bat. And then people would just drive down to Cherry and it would alleviate almost every concern that you're going to hear from the surrounding neighborhoods. And so I would respectfully request that the city require that Collector Street to be completed all the way down through and attached to Cherry before, in the earlier stages of the development process.
Council, any questions? Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for being here. And I remember reading your testimony at Planning and Zoning. I think P&Z spent some time kind of wrestling with this for a little bit. Your comment about condemning Do Right Nursery.
Part of it, or have them do a land swap, to account to give them back land that they would not be able to use for the nursery to get the Collector Street down to Cherry.
And you'll have to, Mr. Mayor, you'll have to forgive me because it is getting late.
Sure.
It's your request that the city condemn them or the city force a property owner to swap land for?
However, I'm just providing a couple of mechanisms from a guy that doesn't understand this.
That's okay. That's okay. Fair enough. Sorry, condemnation, Mr. Mayor, condemnation is a big term that we don't throw around lightly here. And so if there's some reason why the city needs to be looking at condemning a property, I'm interested in learning more about that.
It's
just a creative suggestion is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for sharing that.
Uneducated creatives.
Fair. No argument there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your suggestion.
And I don't want to get ahead of but since the legal's here, council's not allowed to require off-site improvements or conditions for the development, correct? Okay, just so they're not legally allowed to do that, to make that a condition of the development, to require something to be done on property that they don't own. But the city or ACHD wanted to go do it and build the road. That's a different story, but we couldn't require the development to do it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
next person signed up is David Carmack.
Good evening.
My name is David Carmack, 2431 North Tricia Way in Meridian. First off, you guys stay up late. It's past my bedtime. Pretty amazing. Secondly, Becky, can I use your pickleball courts when I get done? Is that possible? My wife and I like pickleball. So our subdivision my wife and I live in the Autumn Fair subdivision, which is also called Tricia Crossing. And if I could use this cursor to show where our house is, it makes a difference in what I'm going to say. Our house is right there on the corner, right across from Seasons Park. Now, from our backyard, we can see all 140 some acres of beautiful, peaceful farmland. We're sad to lose that, but we understand farmers and owners can do what they want and developers can develop. So we're sad, but we've resigned ourselves to this subdivision. Now our one concern has to do with Seasons Park, and I'm pointing out where that is. I'm going to assume none of you have been there. It's just a little neighborhood park. about 7 acres. Right now, there's a dead end into it. So you come around, if I get this cursor to work, where'd it go? There it is. No, I can't get it to work. Anyway, you come around Seasons Park and there's a street. It's kind of like a U, horseshoe. Come around and then it's a dead end. So right now we have a nice, quiet, peaceful little park, which we've loved for years. There's a little parking lot there at Seasons. It holds 10 vehicles. And the rest of the parking is on the street. Now, first, I want to make it clear, we're not against Seasons Park being used more by people from Dayspring. We love to see the park used. We love to hear the laughter of children. And the more the merrier for us. The park is not an issue as far as use. We do have one small request for the council. And when Daysprings goes through, Autumn Fair has, by the way, has about 270 houses, I think. And the only 2 entrances from Dayspring into Autumn Fair will be right through the park. Oh, that's fast.
You keep going.
Okay. So what we're asking is the 2 roads that will open up into the park from Dayspring, we're asking for 2 traffic calming measures to try to slow down people from coming into the park, speeding or going too fast. The last thing any of us want is for somebody to come speeding through that park and hit a child. When the park is in large use, like for parties, soccer games, there's children and cars everywhere. And we're just concerned, since we live right there and know this area. The neighbors all around this park are very careful driving. Obviously, we know this is an area with lots of children. We just like to ask that Dayspring put in 2 calming devices as they enter our Seasons Park, or the Seasons Park. It's not ours, it's public, to try to hold safety down. They're all going to say, well, people aren't going to go through there. They're going to go through the U-Stick exit or some other exit. There's 4 others, which we certainly hope it will be the case. But once the road is open and there's no guarantee who's going to go where. And as was previously mentioned, most of us go where the easiest place to go is. So that's all we're asking. Not just, I know Daysprings has said they've considered traffic controlling measures. What we'd like to ask is it be a condition of their subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Whitlock.
Dave, thanks for hanging with us tonight, and
Yeah.
sorry we're past your bedtime. And thank you for your letter, your email, and your comments. I thought they were very thoughtful. And as the applicant presented, she did indicate that there had been the request. It looked like North Tricia Way coming to the north, but you're asking for a second one. Where would you anticipate?
So let's see if I can get this.
Island or traffic calming measure would be?
Okay, so here's the second road coming in right here. See that? That's what another one that's going to be opened up. Now what happened? Went away. Did you see it?
We did.
Okay.
Try and pull that back up. It disappeared.
Here it is. Okay. All right. Here is that second road.
Okay, so from the south coming.
So we'd like we're requesting a little traffic calming device there and this other one right here. We don't want any, of course, we like it's quiet. That's an important part to our neighborhood, but There's 20 houses around that park. We've loved it there, but we realize this is going to go in. We like the subdivision. We think it's going to be a nice part of Mount Meridian. We just worried about the children.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Carmack, thanks for being here. If I'm not mistaken, you guys have lived in Meridian for a long time, right?
44 years, yeah.
I assume that's your bride that's sitting there.
It is.
She's a West Ada teacher. We used to
Yes.
be. Mrs. Carmack, I want you to know my ski bag that I made in 1993 in home ec class is still holding up great. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Carmack, my question is about the traffic calming. In your neighborhood, what is used currently to calm traffic? Where are you guys?
But
using-
it's a dead end. There's no need for one.
Nothing then on O'Connor, nothing on Ridgeside, nothing on Talmore. You guys don't have any current, so we're not looking to replicate something that's already existing in the neighborhood, correct?
Right. No, there's no traffic calming needed device right now because it's dead end and the only people that come back there are using the park and the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, we do have someone, Kelly, is on from ACHD. I mean, traffic calming with a smaller amount of signature requirements is a lot easier to do in your own subdivision right now. Sometimes warrants have to be met. It kind of goes to the same thing. Offsite improvements are, even if you put them on their property, is that going to be close to where you would actually want them? Would you rather have them right by the park? Or do you want them in advance on the applicant's property where they still have?
I didn't know we could add one to the park.
Well, I'm suggesting, ACHD has requirements with a subdivision gets together a certain percentage and they ask for certain things if they want warrants to be met, and since it's dead end, but if this is something the city was interested in helping make happen, we could work with ACHD to request that if a majority of the residents in your subdivision would like to try to pursue those now. As an example, as compared to an off-site improvement that could only be done on their property, which may not get it close enough to the park to actually be as useful as you may want.
Right, and if it was able to be done that way, that'd be cool. That'd be probably better, but I didn't know that was an option.
It's worth exploring. And they sometimes want to prove traffic count in order to do it, but
I understand that.
but it may be something that if we say we want to preventive and the residents are in favor, we can have that conversation.
Right. Well, there's only 20 of us around that park.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person signed up is Chantel Robinson. She has emailed some photos that she'd like to share, so I'm going to try to share my screen.
Good evening.
Chantel Robinson, 5198 West Ridgeside Court, Meridian, Idaho. Thank you for giving me opportunity. I work all day and coming here is not so much fun. I don't know how you guys do it, but thank you for the opportunity to give me the presenting it. Regarding my comment was, this is kind of new to me. I didn't know how hard you guys work. I thought you just go 9 to 5, just an easy job, just talk to people. But last time when I was here, I was educated by Council Member Matthew Stoll, very patiently explaining how system works. I like you, I sign it, go for it. So didn't work that way, so I appreciate, and especially council member, they appreciate your comments and regardless opposing your and very logical reason. I appreciate that. I lived in Idaho for 30 years. We all ran away from California. So, wow, this place is like a spring. How beautiful. Who wouldn't be in Idaho? But beautiful spring water turned to faster. Now it's like a running fire hose that people shoving into your face. So kind of little got disturbed. So as David said earlier, kind of change is coming, it's unavoidable, but it is going too fast. I don't know how we all can manage this, and the quality of life is like a diminishing. I made a comment last meeting and said, well, you have a freedom to move. Well, I decided to make a comment, and after 10 hours in the clinic, I decided to show up and express my opinion. We talk about quality of life. And I think developer, it is good idea. We all need a place to stay, but why not build in the non-farming area? This place is beautiful. Historically, they work hard to create this irrigation system. What if some disaster come? We have to raise our own food. So I think we love Idaho because there's the open space, but diminishing way too fast before we can prepare. So I think building more houses is not an issue for me, but why not utilize those unirrigated areas? So my just comment thought. And also, I know you guys gonna approve that, but my request is that, that's the Dawson and Gulf View. That's the subdivision right across from us. They have the between subdivision. If you're gonna approve it, I'm sure you will. I hope not, but you will. If you do, at least put some between subdivision bike or pedestrian. So thank you. They have access to it, but not kind of causing the major disturbance between the subdivisions. So that's my opinion. So any questions regarding that?
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mayor, Chantel, did you get
Yes,
through
ma'am.
all your pictures?
I just put one. If the Becky mentioned that, oh, it's a public street, we cannot have stop. I'm a teacher myself. I'm not opposing kids come. I love watching kids play in the park. That's not an issue. The concern about the traffic issue. And then especially I've been lived there for same subdivision for 16 years. That corner between the park and O'Connor, I will not be surprised if somebody gonna sue the city because that is a very, very dangerous spot. I turned the corner. It's not 90-degree perpendicular. It is a lot sharper corner. If you don't make a conscious effort, disaster is about to happen. Very close call, I ran into myself. So yeah, slow the device, that's one idea. Another option is slow down the traffic. That's my opinion. So.
And those stop signs, I know they're temporary to prevent cut through that they've been placed in that adjacent subdivision, but they are annoying, but they work. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and then I think it may be a good idea to put like those mirror. I know we don't want to obstruct the beautiful park view. It is a very sharp corner. Kids running over because they're chasing the dog or because they are a bull. Sometimes they stop right in front of my car to catch because a bull ran away they overthrow from the park. So it's like, oh Lord, I pray every day for the safety when I turn in the corner. Sometimes there is a parent's car parking right along side O'Connor Way, and I have to be very careful, make sure nobody is behind that right corner of the street. And sometimes school bus come and pick up the kids there. So traffic, no problem with sharing. That's not an issue. Somehow we can limit the flow of the traffic. That's my question.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Bless you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person signed up is Alex Morton.
maybe not here, so.
Um, Forgive me because I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Samay Kabil. Mr. Mayor, that is all that have signed up.
Okay. Is there anybody else here? If you'd like to come forward, sir, if you're online, use the raise your hand feature. Good evening. Say your name and address for the record.
Name is Corey Thacker. I live at 5900 West Ustick, so basically directly north of the project in question. As Becky can attest to in the very beginning, I was exceptionally adamant against it. I grew up in a rural place where basically I was not enclosed by nothing but neighborhoods and nothing else. And so when I bought my property, it was perfect. Surrounded by farm ground. Traffic was exceptionally light. Everything was great, but not even necessarily Meridian development, but development in Canyon County, et cetera, et cetera. What I face now on a daily basis is traffic backed up in front of my driveway. I had a bypass that was put down my property line within breaking their own 300-foot code. I've got a bypass that now sits at about 230 feet from my driveway. I got a horse that just got shot randomly in the middle of the night. Not more than 2 weeks ago, I've been nursing back to health. Cars and everybody else just with exceptionally loud this, that's, and the others. My peace, my heaven has been basically destroyed. So I'm here today to basically say, look, help me get the heck out of Dodge. And what that means is, and for lack of a better term, the day that I watched basically 15 police officers across the road trying to corral a 500 steer that I used to wrestle for fun when I was a kid, and they ended up shooting it. Even our police department in Meridian is no longer what it used to be. I don't want to be here no more. So to do that, you annex this property, you allow them to put in the sewer, which they've agreed to and are going to do, and everything else. Development is inevitable. I would like to get away from it. So I'm here to encourage you to approve this project to essentially help me try to refine my piece of heaven that I used to have, that I no longer do. So whether the project gets approved or not, it's not going to matter. My heaven's gone. But with the addition of this project, it helps me get away from all this. That's it.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Questions. Provided, I think, some of the most authentic testimony I've heard in my 12 years of doing this, and see this from time to time. You didn't move to Meridian, Meridian moved to you. And I'm sorry for the loss of your quality of life. I've lived here my whole life. I've seen this community change, lived in a little bit different spot than you did. What I'm hearing is you don't necessarily love this application, but it's going to provide you an opportunity to go find your piece of paradise someplace else. And I appreciate you sticking with us all night to convey that. I want you to know that really resonated with me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a participant online raising their hand.
Mike Lewis.
Mike Lewis, 5343 West McMurtry. Just to reiterate again, Becky is a smart woman. They filed these, in my opinion, on purpose separately, so you get less people looking at it. Now you're talking about 700 homes, as I mentioned in the first thing, roughly. All these 700 homes have to go shopping. There is no shopping out here on the side. That means we all have to go to 10 Mile Road, whether it's to Walmart or to Albertsons or deeper into Meridian, or you go to Nampa. You cannot leave this subdivision in the morning during school hours. You guys, they talk about phases. It is horrible out here. You can't even move around this area right now with the construction. And with that, Toll Brothers in the crowd, ask them tonight on the record if they're willing to put up the $5 million for the fire, to donate it to the fire and the police. It's not City of Meridian money that Becky is talking about. It is the taxpayer money that is going to pay for the other half of that sewer trunk. And it's not Toll Brothers. It is the taxpayer or the ratepayer, as you referred to, Mr. Mayor. But ask them to donate it. And with that, growth is inevitable, but this area is not ready for it. The Hartzell family house burned down just down the road. The fire department couldn't get here. The fire trucks had to come from 10 Mile because of all the construction in the area. So you guys are adding more construction and it's not built for it yet. Yes, you have put the facilities out there, but the infrastructure in place is not ready for the traffic that this is going to bring to the area. And I'll yield back to you guys.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you very much. Sir? No problem.
Tom Robinson, 5198 West Ridgeside Court at the southeast corner of Seasons Park. It's a sad thing it's come to that people have to leave. When the solution really is not that difficult. That picture that showed the entrance from one subdivision to another, where not cars were not allowed, but people could come through, that would solve the whole problem on Seasons Park. If we could limit that northwest corner of Seasons Park to an entrance like we saw in the picture there, that other places have, it's not against the law to have such a thing, that would solve so much. Or, as they say, require Tolman or Toll, whatever it is, to have that north-south corridor down to Sherry Lane, both ways. That way you'd have, the children from there would have access. That corner, the northeast corner of Seasons Park, that sharp corner, you got to be concentrating when you go around that corner every single time. And you get 500 new cars or 5,000 different cars coming in there. There's going to be accidents there. Not only car accidents, where if you lose concentration for just a minute, you're over that line and somebody's going to get it. And if it could be kids too. And we kill a couple of kids there, that's not going to be good. And it's plain as day that is a problem. It's not suited for thousands of cars per day going through there. And it's difficult enough for the 20 homes that live there to concentrate going around that sharp corner. If we could eliminate all the cars coming in from there, let people come, bicycles, roller skates, whatever they want, or put that corridor north-south. It's only, what, a mile or less? Half a mile? Yeah, $5 million, whatever it takes. That would solve the problem. You would have no complaint from people and you would have so much more safety. Please consider that.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Thank you. Oh.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I want to make sure I'm tracking with you. You're talking about Tricia Way that you would want closed?
No, not Churchill Way. We don't have a Churchill Way. We're talking that the corner Ridgeside and O'Connor. Dayside and you come in from the north on Dayside and then it continues down along the east side of Seasons Park. There's a little T there. You just jog over and come down to the south.
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, where would you want to propose to not have vehicles travel through?
Okay, the northwest corner up there where there's a dead end up there.
So I think that's Tricia Way. Like on the map, where there's like it's almost like a full-on kind of like cul-de-sac.
There's a small cul-de-sac there. It'd be so simple to put, a nice entrance where kids could ride their bikes through. They could do that, and that there wouldn't be the traffic that are going to kill them. And they'd have access, and like you say, the traffic goes the path of least resistance, and the path of least resistance is going to be on the west side of our Seasons Park, around the east side, and down for the next 10 years. Or so until they get that corridor built north and south to Cherry Lane. That needs to be built, or at least do this, and you save having to do a whole bunch of extra changing of everything. Just change whatever policy it takes to put an entrance like we saw between subdivisions where kids can come through, people can walk through, access to the park, they can walk around the park, they can enjoy the park. Thousands of people could. We don't mind lots of people there, but we just soon keep them all alive. That's it. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
And I know it's not your name, but we'll go to the Cassie Dunn. I forgot I didn't write down. Was it Chris? Chris. Just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, my name is Chris Espinoza, at 3473 North Oakstone Avenue. And I just kind of want to touch back on the schools. Obviously talking about a 170 home development right next door is going to be a big deal. Adding another one across U-Stick, right around the corner with another 530 homes is going to be an even more of a strain, in my opinion. And I think even a quick Google search would show you and multiple different news reports and everything like that all over the Idaho Statesman and everything shows that schools are actually, just overcrowded. And it just shows that like 15 schools are already over capacity and a dozen more are nearing over capacity. And I wanted to see what a possibility of making this new, if it is approved, development, add a school, if elementary is what's needed or something like that, into the development, because I just see the overgrowth, and I think it, like was said previously, that obviously growth is an inevitability, but I think it needs to come with responsibility and over time. And if the area is not ready, the infrastructure is not ready for the growth, then how can we approve this amount of growth? I just want to strain that, and I just wanted to say it again for this development.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item, either here or online? Seeing no one else, would the applicant like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Becky McKay. As far as the collector, we're building 3/4 of a mile of collector plus some when you include what's going on to the west. We are connecting to the McDermott bypass. And like I indicated in my original presentation, we've designed these streets knowing that we have to connect to these existing substreets to force our traffic to go the path of least resistance and utilize these collector roadways. Eventually, this property to the south of us, which is a nursery, will develop, and they will be required to extend the collector south and make that Cherry Lane connection. As far as the stub streets that are connecting, there are two that go into Tricia's Way. We are not opposed to a condition of approval that we provide islands where we connect on our side. I've done this in other subdivisions. Basically, it chokes that traffic down and slows it down. So if they do go in there, then they're entering that roadway at a slower speed. So we do agree to a condition for traffic calming on both of those street connections. The more alternatives that we provide for people to get out to the roadway network, the better off we are. In many cases, I find that people oppose the stub streets, but then they're the ones that are driving through the newer neighborhood to get to other locations because now they have alternative access. And we've seen that out at Biltmore subdivision. And it provided a access so people didn't have to go from Meridian, Meridian Heights and those neighborhoods out to Meridian Road. They could go through Biltmore and get out to Victory. So these multiple connections are obviously a must. It's not an option whether I connect to them. I have to connect to them. As far as pedestrian access through our development, we have multi-use pathways that will run north and south and east and west. We've also agreed to partner with Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, and we will be providing the pipe. They will be installing it and piping the Safford lateral all through our project. And then we will have a 14-foot multi-use pathway over that, and then 10-foot multi-use pathways on both sides of our collector going north, south, and to the west. One of the things that was brought up about, Autumn Fair, and, they now have a dead-end street. Well, they also have a temporary lift station that sits there. And our project will have to pay to decommission that lift station and connect them to Meridian Sewer. So we are basically helping the infrastructure that's out there because that was not a designated lift station location. And it was one where the project was approved. They said they could gravity back to U-stick, and then it turned out they couldn't. And the Public Works had to allow that. And all those lift stations cost the taxpayers and Public Works money for maintenance. So at our sole expense, we'll be removing that and making that gravity connection for Autumn Fair subdivision. One of the other things that I noticed was in one of the letters, someone said, we're concerned about our pressure irrigation. We have pressure issues now. Nampa Meridian Irrigation District is going to own our pressure irrigation system and pump station, and it will interconnect to Autumn Fair and Jaden Village because they own and operate theirs. Both of the Spring Day and Day Spring will tie in. And the more tie-ins that we have with pump stations and different points of delivery, the better system it is for everyone else. So that will help alleviate some of their pressure issues that they have on their PI system. As far as construction, timing, infrastructure, we have this debate every time I have a project, and it doesn't matter whether it's in Star or Meridian or Nampa. The discussion is always traffic, schools, the impact on an area. But these larger projects have the benefit that with this number of lots, we can do so much more on amenities, on multi-use pathways, building collectors, piping facilities, extending off-site sewer that small projects can't. And this is 6 parcels. It could have been chopped up between 6 different developers. And I know some developers that come in here and all they ask for is R15. R15, all the lots almost look identical. We're coming in with a project that has a variety of lots. Some of our lots are 20,000 square feet. We want this project to be part of this community out here. And by doing these larger projects, it gives us the ability to do great things and create great communities, not just another subdivision. When Bridge Tower was approved, there was no sewer down 10 Mile Road, none. hadn't even come out of the plant. And the city said, we'll take it out to the 10-mile road, and then you got to run it north on 10 Mile, and then you got to take it all the way east over to Linder. And it was a 2-lane road. We did a school site there because there was no schools out there. We tried to do a park site. The city didn't want a park site. We put in pathways, but it turned into, I think, a very excellent community that to this day, when I run into people say, I live in Bridge Tower and I love it. And that makes me feel good. And this is the same type of project. It has neighborhood commercial to help support these people, capture some of these trips, provide some essential services, collector roadways, multiple pathways, over 30 acres of open space. This Seasons Park, it's a neighborhood park. Some of these kids may go over there, but chances are we're going to have more amenities in this development and more open space than is in Seasons Park. On that curve that's there, I did look at that curve. It doesn't meet ACHD standards. I can't fix that. That was done years and years ago. But I can fix other things that are deficient in this area. And ACHD is stepping up, ITD is stepping up, we're stepping up. And obviously we want the city of Meridian to be a partner in helping us extend that sewer and get it done. And some people say, well, this isn't a priority growth area. Then why is ITD spending how many hundreds of millions of dollars building Highway 16 and interchanges to an area that's not priority? I mean, you know, it doesn't make sense. It is a priority area. There's already development. I'm not hopscotching way out in South Meridian, clear out to, you know, the sticks. We're up against existing urban development. And it's a good project and a good developer, and it's been well planned out, well thought out. We got compliments. We made a lot of changes based on neighborhood input and to try to mitigate the traffic and make sure it stays within our boundaries. And I ask that the council please support this because it is a good project. And I think when you see it's built, you'll be pleased. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Cavanagh.
maybe a little bit different from the other project you brought forth tonight. There is a larger challenge in supporting this development with EMS, police, and fire. I know we hear a lot of testimony. You've been through a lot of these where people talk about infrastructure. And certainly I look at our roads and our schools as infrastructure, but infrastructure we have less control over. This is infrastructure we do have control over. We're not really positioned in a manner to be able to serve this neighborhood when it's fully developed with a lot of other neighborhoods in Meridian. So you're an expert. This is one where I'm cautious about because I'm concerned for our existing residents, but I'm also concerned for the residents that you want to serve one day. Help me understand, help me get over my hesitation about supporting this project from a sheer public safety need.
So that is a good point. And all the cities are struggling with that. You know, the Idaho legislature really, you know, they kind of dealt you guys a bad hand. And they don't understand the fiscal impact. And cities like Meridian, Tampa, Caldwell, Star, that are seeing significant growth are scratching for dollars to increase their EMS, increase their firemen. Star has a fire station that's built that they can't man because they have impact fees for their fire department. But like the chief said, what if those impact fees stop? Then I got to lay people off and I can't recruit people and say, yeah, you know, you got a job because I got enough money for 2 years. So Mayor Chadwick has been meeting with Mike Moyle. He has been talking to other members of the legislature and looking at some other means of helping with police and fire. And where they can do some type of special assessment. It would be different than impact fees. And it'd be kind of like, I don't know, he had a word for it. On the private sector, we call it like an LID, but he has some terminology. So they are aggressively looking at that because they're seeing the same impact. And I had a 300-acre project in Meridian, or in Star, that went through just a few months ago. And luckily, I was right across from a fire station that is manned. But Mayor Chadwick made it known that our impact fees are going up, and we're looking for other revenue streams to support emergency services. And so is the answer just cutting growth off, just stop? Do we just stop? I don't see that that's a viable option when we've been struggling for years to meet the demand for homes, and keep affordability as our supplies are lower than the demand, then the prices go through the roof. I was at Eagle last night, and one of the questions was, do you have some affordable homes in this development? Eagle affordable. That's what they said. And I said, yeah, yes, we do. We do have some. I don't have all the answers, but I think we support the cities and whatever we can do as a development community to lobby the legislature to assist the cities in coming up with alternative revenue streams. We're open to it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Well, Becky, I really appreciate you saying that, because that's my issue that I'm struggling with. And I'm sad that I have reached that point, but we have tried to have discussions with the legislature. We've tried discussing it with Mike Moyle, and I don't feel like they're listening. And I feel really boxed in. I'm going to be honest, like that's how I'm feeling, because the one thing I feel like we can control is the timing of our sewer infrastructure, which then will somewhat provide a little bit of orderliness to this. And I'll be honest, like if this levy, doesn't move forward and we don't have a solution to our operating costs for public safety, which to me is like critical to having a safe city. If we can't come up with a mechanism, like hopes about Mayor Chadwick's conversations with Mr. Moyle, like that just doesn't, that unfortunately it's just been too long. And I've just seen our financial situation become more and more acute with every passing year. And when I look at the projections from our finance team, I mean, community development's running into the red in a big way. We have ideas around fixing that. We've got struggles with paying our police officers. We've got struggles with keeping the firefighters that we already have. It's really frustrating. And I want to say I appreciate you acknowledging the issue instead of just glossing over it, because that is what we're feeling. And I have sadly reached the point that like annexations for me are really tough. Annexations with infrastructure are even harder. And I wish I had a better mousetrap. I really do. But I appreciate you just being open and honest about it and acknowledging it instead of just glossing over it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councilman Strader. I mean, I feel your anxiety. I feel your concerns, and I agree that public safety is integral. Um, One thing with these projects that are single family and townhomes, obviously they grow incrementally. I know that like multifamily apartments strain the system almost immediately because they build them. It's almost like the buildings pop up overnight and then they're occupied. And all of a sudden you have 500 people living in the apartments who may need emergency services. And with the single family residential type developments, it's an incremental growth. Are we going to have this problem solved in a year? I sure hope so, but I can't guarantee it. And I don't know what the answer is. But I mean, we're all striving for a solution. And I want you to know that we take it really seriously.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Becky, let me explore just a couple of things with you that came up tonight in the public testimony, and you've already addressed some of them. I think, as you talked about on the southeast corner, eventually that's going to get developed by somebody else on the Do Right property, and that'll get punched through all the way to to Cherry. So there will be egress from this to the south. That's not necessarily your problem because you don't own that property and you're not developing that, but that will happen at some point, and probably in a 13-phase development, they may catch up to you. So I think you've addressed one of the concerns that was raised tonight. Explore with me again the traffic calming measures. Would you be comfortable with a condition that on Tricia, is it Way or Lane, or on the south portion of Tricia coming up from the bottom of this project, a traffic island or something to calm the traffic going in? Would you be comfortable with the condition?
Absolutely.
How about on the north?
Absolutely.
How about the other issue that came up tonight of, and I don't even know if this is possible, but turning that into a pedestrian pathway, still having Tricia dead end basically as it enters your property, but providing pedestrian access. Again, I don't know if ACHD would allow that or if it's part of a larger plan that we can't even discuss tonight, but came up. So I'll give you an opportunity to explore that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, anytime we have a public street stub, ACHD policy manual states that we shall connect to it. I have a condition of approval that says I have to. So, I mean, we will have detached sidewalks, pedestrian interconnectivity, but I also have to have that vehicular connection. So our only alternative is to put in like calming choker islands to calm the traffic. I had one instance in 35 years where ACHD didn't make me connect to a stub street and let me gate it. And that was with Red Feather subdivision. And there was an old county subdivision that had a street that went up to Ustick Road. And they allowed us to gate it because the neighbors were concerned about cut through traffic. And then when ACHD took the gate down, there was heck to pay. It was ugly. And they said, we will never, ever do that again. So my hands are tied. I don't have an option. And your own ordinance says that I have to connect to the stub street.
Okay, council's taken action to not extend those in the past, if that's something you really want to explore. But much to my chagrin, you guys, a council did it. I won't say this council did it because it was a different council. But it happened right there off of backside of Coles, up in that area, if you recall, connecting in that area. So, yep. You can explore that if you so choose.
Mayor, follow up. I guess
Yes, Murlock.
my last exploration is how can we take care of Mr. Thacker? Find him a piece of heaven somewhere. That was compelling testimony. Not for you to answer, but just.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
All these posed for council, we are right up at 11. I will be very frank, I am getting a little rummy. I think a decision like this is best served clear-headed. So I would, I'm open to feedback from council. If there are enough of you that are ready to move forward with a decision tonight, I'm happy to support that, but I am not in a position where I feel comfortable making a decision tonight. I just want to be upfront. And so I would seek out probably a continuance, but I'm open to hear from the rest of you if you have recommendations or suggestions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Roberts.
I would concur with our president that I'm not feeling very clear-headed either. And I think that at this late hour, and this is a huge project, that I think that continuing the discussion at a later date would be prudent.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
That always seems like a good decision. Like in the past, whenever we've taken a pause, it's been a good thing for people to kind of get some fresh energy. I think I don't think anyone will be surprised where I land on this one because I think I already made a lot of comments. I don't need to rehash it all. But I am very open to whatever my fellow council wants to do. We'll support that.
Becky, I might ask you to come back up here if you don't mind. It's not lost on me that you have a very busy dance card and want to be respectful of you and your client's time. The council does have a fairly light agenda next week. I don't know if you're free next Tuesday or if your clients are free next Tuesday. Some
Mr.
time to
Mayor,
confer. I guess I should have proposed that before I asked you to come.
Councilman
Sorry.
Cavanagh, I am open next Tuesday. This week I have 4 public hearings. I was at Eagle last night. So I'm getting a little rummy. I was there till 11. So next Tuesday would be satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, unless I'm hearing an objection, then I think it's appropriate that we continue this item to next week. I, for one, would appreciate having time to be able to sit with the public testimony that we heard here this evening. So, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we're going to continue item 22, Day Spring subdivision application HS 2024-0070 to next Tuesday.
July 15th.
July 15th. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, to continue on 22 to Tuesday, July 15th. Is there any discussion? Councilman Whitlock.
Nice to put this first on the agenda for next week.
That's what I was going to say.
If possible.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock, it certainly is my intention. We do set the agenda meeting for next week. We do have a fairly light agenda, a couple things just related to parks fees, but it'd be my intention to have this be the first one on the agenda.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued to next week. Council, anything under future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
motion we adjourn our meeting.
Second.
Motion is second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Thank you.